Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Keene, and today, this is not, of course, typical football coverage, but instead we're going to be looking at baseball. Mariners are in a penultimate, is that the right word, terminology for it? The final game of a series. Nowhere left to go, no more refuge, no more room for error. You got to get it today, or it's the highway. It's Caboville. So Seattle tied up with the Detroit Tigers 2-2, coming back home here to Seattle, hopefully for what is going to be an electric crowd spurning on their mighty Warriors to try to get to this next round, and the Toronto Blue Jays for the right to play in the World Series. I thank y'all all for watching today. If you can, for me, walking on in, hit that like button, as it does help the channel out, helps me grow, all that good stuff, showing on the algorithm as well. Sponsor to the show, which is the Sleeper app. Sleeper app is your number one sports app running right now. It's got the rest beat, I tell you. And they have all of those kind of picks that you've been waiting on in Washington to be able to utilize. The rest of the states have been able to take advantage of. But finally now it is opening to you like a lock coming freed up. And so you now can use this Sleeper app. And when you use my code, NEST, they'll match you up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. Not too shabby. That's a win-win, as I like to call it. So please do use my code today, and they will match you up to 100% on that as well. They've even got a little extra thing they've thrown on top of this, which is a $20 entry free beyond just this code on top of it. So they even just kind of keep a little extra there. A little more of an incentive there to go get some money. You want to go do some weekly fantasy. You want to get in daily fantasy. You want to split up your ticket between what you got with, let's say, baseball and football. Tonight, you see I got my Mariner ticket going here, where I've got Raleigh getting a hit. I got Kirby with more than 5.5 strikeouts, and I've got the Cy Young Award winner with more than 8.5 strikeouts in this game. So those are my picks for this one. But a big shout out to Sleeper for sponsoring the show throughout this year. It's been very much appreciated. Great working with them, and it's an awesome app. Been able to win myself a little bit of dough here. Hope everyone's having a good one. We're going to be covering this game tonight, pitch by pitch, and I'm going to go with Mariners here as long as they go in the playoffs. I'm riding with them until we get to the end of this trail. So hopefully it's not tonight. On the hill, you do have George Kirby going, which is a nice thing at least. Let's see what we can do here with this. Let's go down a little bit more and get this right. Looking good. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Nice to get to be able to play this at home. Felt like the Tigers definitely got a little bit of energy, spirit, it would seem like at times from the crowd there last time. Sean Lee, how you doing? William Leonard. Sean S. Hello. Trevor, thank you guys for checking out the stream tonight. Hope everyone's having a good one. Refuse to lose. That's right, Dogzilla. Refuse to lose. So you might have been up to the brink. We were up at the brink in 95. We've been up to the brink before. We're not going to blink. Kurt Bernard, let's go. Kevin F, yeah, let's go sports. Woo! Hey, let's go Seattle sports. Huh? MG Slicker, well, win the war. Let's win this war. Don't matter if it takes 5 games. Don't matter if it takes 3 games. Just get it done. Skubal looks like Mike McDonald. Robert says that Christopher Walken predicts the Mariners, Huskies, and the Seahawks win. Let's have him go. It's true. I'm telling you now. Mariners by 6, Seahawks by 2 touchdowns, and the Huskies by all the points. Write it down, Robert. Now. Daniel, how you doing? Sean said I still can't use the betting portion of Sleeper app in Washington yet. Oh, okay. I'm told it's supposed to be opening up. I have been told this. So I'm not yet in the state. So I must admit to the not being sure on those things. But thanks for the feedback and let me know on that. I'll let them know. There may be portions of the app it should be letting you use, but I will get that feedback to them if there is some still restrictions there. How you doing, Addison? Michael Bicknell? Hello. Let's go Mariners. First pitch here. Pumpkin's ready for it. She's locked in. Top of the first inning. Wind here with George Kirby, and he's going to get a nice little slider over for a strike. First pitch. Kirby pitched well in the first game of this series. This Tiger lineup is kind of an annoying one. It's like they just kind of hang around. hit hard off the glove of Crawford there. And that will be a base hit there. He smashed it hard, just had it in the glove, just popped out. HG, how you doing? Michael says, this early into the stream and already a Christopher Walken impression. Let's have it go. If we're going to win this game, it requires me now. Bringing on the Orange Cat energy. We're calling out all the big guns today. All right. First runner of the inning on here. Fouled back by Torres. 0-1. Oh, into fun. Oh, 1 pitch here. Looking to bunt. Strike. Pulls back the bunt. Torres doesn't like the call. Tough. That's tough. Curb's looking for a strikeout or a double play here. Go right after him here. He thinks you're going to burn one. Ooh, good pitch. Very, very good pitch. Right on the line there. Did they call him out? Was that a strike? Boy, that was a late strike call. That was a interestingly late strike call there. Top of the zone. It was a good looking pitch. I can see, it's on that line. Boy, he waited a while to ring him up. 1 man down. Quick hitting over here to the second base side. They'll get the lead runner for out number 2. First pitch swinging. Yeah, Sean, that was a really late call. That was that like... a strike. Kind of like that. Spencer Torkelson up here now. 6 for 26 this postseason. Kirby set. A little outside, ball 1. Slattery says the crowd sounds like the 9th inning already. Hell yeah. I love hearing that. They're going to need that energy tonight. Kind of what I was saying is. Ooh, we get it. There we go. All right. He's getting the high strike tonight. Looks like Kirby is, so worth noting on probably both lineups. See if it stays consistent. 1-1. Hit up into the air. Go back foul. 1-2. Come on now. Pumpkin's jacked up. She's hyped. Yeah. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss on a 98-mile-an-hour fastball upstairs. Sit on down there. Nice inning there by Kirby. Scoreless. Scoreless first there. Half inning of the first, I shall say. It's tough play by JP there. He had the ball there in his glove, just couldn't quite bring it in, It's good to see you, Megan. They've come. Ollie says hi to you, and you're human. Pumpkin, Ollie says hi. Can you give Ollie a hi? Say what's up. Barty says whoever the up was in game 1 was friendly to Kirby. I wonder if it's the same guy. If he's going to get that strike zone, it's definitely going to be pretty helpful to Kirby. Skubal will work the top of the zone too, but I think Kirby's going to live a little bit longer on that street than Skubal will throughout the course of the game, if I was to make a guess. Puff, go Mariners. Go Wins, Jack. What's up, chat? Seahawks fan, but I'm a Jays fan. See y'all in the ALCS. I hope so, Jack. Fingers are crossed. In a major way. Let's pull this off today. Come on. Seattle should get 45 grand slams. I think that'd do the trick. I think you could trust the bullpen with the rest of that. Spud says, Brando, where's the playoff stash? I know. I dropped the ball on that one. Second I started growing a stash, the chat just starts flaming the hell out of me about it, calling it a corn stash. And they all start going, oh, bow, 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 chicka, chicka, bow, 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 chicka, chicka. I'm like, all right, I'll shave it. I someday want to do one of those full on though. Just big, just thick, you know. Let it kind of dominate the upper lip. That's right. Bow, bow, bow. In 70s style too, Megan. Kid says, I'm a Seahawks fan, but I support Jays and Mariners. Well, thank you for that. Appreciate all that support. We're going to need all we can get here. Yeah, Slarty, I think Kirby likes that. A lot of the starting pitches, you can kind of say it was almost Logan, Castillo. I don't know if it's as much Bryce, but you got 3 pitchers on this roster that are all a little bit leaning into that. You know, they like to live and die dangerously a little bit there with that living in the top of the zone thing. But they've got such overpowering stuff, they can afford to do it. Back in my younger days, if I tried to live in that place in the zone, I would have gotten crushed. I needed to be at like the kneecaps with my velocity. I needed to be painting the black, living in the black. Randy Arozarena up here with Skubal's first pitch. Strike, 97 right down the middle. So the Mariner lineup is going to want to try to put a little bit of work here into Skubal, get him as much deeper to the pitch count side of things as possible. Check, swing, strike. Oh, no, he didn't go. Okay. Ooh. That was all right. Looked like he had that thing halfway through the zone by the time he called that pitch. 1-1. Bouncing ball on the ground here. Back to the pitcher. He's going to come up with it and throw him out. Tough play there. You did take out Jake's team, Jack. Doing God's work out there in Toronto. Hopefully not in the next round, though, if we're playing. Man, Mitch Garver sure stands out in this lineup like a sore thumb. Cal Raleigh up. 7 for 16 in this series with a ding-dong. 1188 OPS. Low, ball 1. Sean says, who's hitting the home run to get us on board? I think Julio's he's got one in him. He's got a clutch homer in him. Wow, good pick there by Torkelson. That's a hard pick for a first baseman on that last play. The ball's coming at you from the side. High, ball 2. Good job by Cal here. Skubal being careful with him. Two-0 pitch. High, ball 3. This is one where you might normally have Cal swing away at all times. But tonight, and considering every pitch you can get Skubal a little bit deeper into this game, the better from a Mariner perspective. Perhaps you just sort of take, looks like that's a Cal doing the whole way there. You just take, all right, I'm guaranteed to get into this at bat 5 pitches deep minimum. 3-1. Still going to get a potentially pretty tasty pitch here with a fastball. And that's what he got. And Cal got out and ahead of that thing. And he drilled that up in like third deck foul. He was all over that pitch. That was the tasty one. Skubal is not. The good news is that you hit that ball so hard, there's not a chance you're getting another fastball in this at bat, probably. The bad news is you're not getting another fastball in this at bat, probably. But you can sort of maybe try to pick it down to like some of his other stuff. Oh, he did give it to him again, and he rocked it again into the third deck out in front. He's putting it on his hands, so Cal's got to get his hands in tight to get to that ball and then get out in front of the plate where he makes contact. Very hard to tuck that ball inside a foul pole like that when the pitcher's really hammering it right at your hands. 3-2 pitch. Cal, base hit out into left field. Nice swing on that one. Good level stroke. And he gets on after and working the count well. Hawks Nest, do not ever be. I will leave you if you do. I hate facial hair, and your face is just fine as it is. Yeah, I think I'm good on the facial hair for a while. I'm taking a face hair break. It's a lot to maintain. Sometimes it's just easier just to shave. Kid from the Hawks and Raptors are my main teams, but I was a Supersonics team until they moved to Oklahoma, and then I chose the Raptors. Understandable. Slider, strike one here to Julio. Leo hitting very well against the Tigers this year. Regular season, postseason. Oof. Swung through the top of that 99-mile-an-hour fastball. He was late. I don't know if he was thinking he was going to throw him. I think both Cal and Julio are probably a little surprised Skubal willing to work the fastball here so early in the count on them. 0-2. Probably coming back with that slider. Changeup. Looks like that's the brutal part about Skubal is that you're thinking slider. It's a little slower. You're locked in on the slower, but instead of it actually sliding, it just sort of fades to the back. Very tough with those kind of pitches you can work off of each other. It's why, kids, if you are a pitcher, always, absolutely, don't care whether you throw super high heat or not. First pitch swinging, Polanco fouls this back. Always have a changeup developed. Always have a change. Changeups are always things that can work with the rest of your stuff. And they don't tear the torque out of your arm to throw like the explosive sliders and curveballs and whatnot can be. 2 out, run on first, 0-1. Off the end of the bat, foul on the changeup there. Skubal mixing up his pitches like he does. I also have to deal with it with Simon. I refuse to do it, you too. Carwash says, win or go home. Move on, lose, and season's done over. Come on, Seattle. Hey, let's get it. Get it, man. 0-2 count. Nice. 100-mile-an-hour in our fastball. Skubal's turned up. Misses a little bit high there, though. Good eye by Polanco. One and two count. Gets, again, at the top of the zone. Skubal working the Mariner hitters here through the first inning. A little bit more to the top of the zone with the fastball. I think he's kind of catching them off guard. I think they're thinking a little bit more early in these counts that they're going to get a little bit more of the slider change combination, and he's hitting them a different angle. 1-2. Swing. Gonna miss strike three. And the Mariners will go down. 1 base hit. No runs. Tie game. 0-0. Adam says, hope the Mariners win. I'm a Red Sox fan. Thank you, Adam. And we need all the good juice we can get from any fan base out there from a baseball side. Just be Mariner fans tonight. I want everybody here with me right now, listening to me tonight, to close your eyes, okay? I want you to close your eyes and just feel yourself willing a Mariner celebration today. Feel the projection in your mind of the champagne bottles popping and the frothiness all over the place and just champagne heavy. Picture that tonight. I need everybody here. We're going to use the collective power of this channel here. Make it happen. It's the secret, folks. It's the secret. Stevens is like drag racing and pushing someone to jump. Feast mode, I'm glad the Hawks are playing Jags on the road. We got this. Go Hawks. Barner is going to have a game and put the NFL on notice. Boy, he has another big game. How can he not at that point start to get a little bit more of the notoriety in what he's doing? What is the start of the year that he's had too? Just been really good. But we got as good a chance of this as any, man. We do. This is not a Jaguar team that just look at their record and say that record's going to reflect that that's the team you're going to get and what you can expect on Sundays. I don't think it is. And I think you certainly can go out there and take this team down. You've got the goods offensively. Defensively, are they going to be healthy enough? And if they're not healthy enough, is Mike got the stuff that he's going to be able to call upon to maybe help out a little bit more of the lack of what you have out there on the top end? We'll see with that. But we can get that one. We can go take it. I love the energy, man. Let's go get that. Go make it happen. All right, so we're going to go kitty tree now. Okay. Yeah, I know. Can we do kitty tree? Can we do kitty tree? Okay. That works too. That as well can work. Okay. Megan, I don't feel confident about the Jags game, B. Talk me off a cliff. Well, I think that there's stuff on paper here that doesn't exactly give you ultimate confidence to it. I think that these are just two teams that are either team can take it the other here. I don't think there's one that's significantly better than the other. We've played really well on the road. We may have been struggling recently at home, but we've been excellent on the road here with McDonald. So, he's been able to carry over the 10 a.m. stuff from Coach Carroll and not really miss a beat, with that. The team's going to come out very hungry after last week's game, I would estimate, especially defensively. You want to come back and get some of your pride back. Imanwari gets another week back and into the flow of things. And look, he looked pretty good last week. Knocked right up the middle here. Mariners have a shift on, though, so you got Crawford sitting behind second base. He's either able to gather in the bouncing ball and throw him out number one. Tigers first pitch swinging here. They're being very aggressive on the early part of the count. So I think there's that. I think Mike dials up a little bit of creativity to Trevor and tries to get him off guard with what he's seen on the fronts and stuff. That could have a real positive effect. Yeah, he's giving him the top of the zone tonight. Another high strike there against Zach McKinstry now. McKinstry 4-23 in this series. Well, I'm letting him live up there a little bit. Hopefully Dan, Raleigh, Kirby are recognizing. Nice slider there. 0-2. He's giving you that high strike. Definitely lean into it, especially in this stadium a little bit where, the high strike guys get on it a little bit, even if they crank it pretty good. Still got to get it up through that fall marine layer to get it over the fence. That's if they can catch up to it. It's hard to hit those higher fastballs. 1-2. Bounces it on the ground here. Nice play by Polanco to gather it up, and he's able to spin and throw him out at first base. It was really all in the gather just to go out there and get the range to get to that ball. Polanco had to get up on his horse. Quickly 2 down here for the Mariners. Nice play. Okay, let's do this. First pitch, strike. Kirby's not messing around with these batters. Doing what he does. Just tend to not play about. Dylan Dirk Dingler up at the plate now. Hit on the ground here to Crawford, and Kirby's in a very nice little rhythm here now. Okay, you're turning into a terror. I know. I understand. Everything you're saying is very clear right now. Kirby's going to have to manage Skubal with the Mariners to win this game. Runs are going to come at a premium. I would agree with that 100%, Will. Both these guys are going to be throwing their A-plus stuff, and hopefully Kirby can stand toe-to-toe. I have my Kirby Jr. jersey on my wall for good luck. Let's go, Chad. Everybody's calling in the big guns tonight. Love to hear it. I think our offense will be good again, and McDonald will call a good game on defense, even with our injuries. We'll take it. 31-14. Go Hawks. Let's go, Ryan. I love the confidence. Yeah. I hope so. That would be a wonderful Sunday morning. Yeah, that'd make me and Pumpkin both tremendously happy. And you guys. I could see it happening. I could see you running away with this game. This Jaguar team is a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. Now we need the bats to come alive. That's right. Let's go, O. Let's go. Oh, I see you. I see you. Kitty butt. Kitty butt. CD, I'm more confident a beat-up secondary can handle T-Law than Baker. If our beat-up secondary gets beat up like that again, I have real questions going forward. I think that's a fair outlook on it. I certainly think as well. Okay, let's not on the mic, please. Please, 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 please. Kitty, I understand. Goodness gracious. Yeah, I think that it's not the same kind of challenge going up against Trevor Lawrence. I do think Lawrence is not playing completely horrifically, and sometimes people can completely spell his game as being just awful in every way. And I know there's a lot of rankings with him that don't show him, like quarterback ranking and stuff like that, or quarterback rating or whatever. But still, he's not Baker. It's not going to be as much of a challenge. I as well don't think that having a week to prepare, where you kind of got hit by the injury bug in the way that you did, where Hall and Woolen go down very early in that game, and you didn't have the scope of the strategy in place to then make the adjustments. It seemed like I think you got the week to kind of maybe put that in play now, potentially. I would be much more surprised if they go through this thing and don't have a little bit more creative looks kind of dialed in there, which is I think would then, part of the reason I hammered it last week so hard, CD, would be that I think that'll have a tremendously good effect on the bottom line of then making the defense better this next Sunday. Doesn't mean that they're going to be down to locking everything down, but just improved. Julio Suarez steps up here for his first at bat, and he gets a little sword swing on that one. Sean says, I'm on YouTube TV watching on Fox Sports 1 in 4K. Let's go. Swing and a miss. Another 98-mile-an-hour fastball there at the top of the zone. Skubal seems got maybe the memo as well about the zone being good up there. Not that Mariners see a high fastball they're swinging at. This is not a lineup of hitters that are like, well, let me see if it's, it's on the line there. Let's take this one and take a breath and we'll see what happens. 1-2. Flailing away type swing there by Eugenio, and that will be out number 1. Not the best of bats here. Game's on 4 p.m. here, by the way. Oh, okay. There we go. Give me any plans for the bye week red zone? I hadn't thought of it yet, but we can maybe do like a red zone day. Just watch from 10 to the afternoon. Steven says, this is our chance. Good vibes. I saved the neighbor today. Foul. I saved the neighbor today who crashed at 71 on her bike and broke her hip. Oh, good karma is on our way. Civic duty. I am from old school. Take care of folks. Hey, amen to that. Never hesitate to take care of somebody if you see somebody in need like that, especially because time can be of the essence with that. I mean, how many old people fall, break their hip, and that's the thing that takes them out. So you want to get them and get them treated quickly. Good on you, Steven. Very good on you, man. Hopefully she's going to be okay. 1-1 count here to Naylor. One man down here. Naylor bounces this foul to the right side. That's tough, though. I think my biking days will be done at about 60. I think I'm just deciding this now, Steven. I think it's going to have to be stationary by say. I don't even bike now, but I'm hardlining this one at 60. They like to say, you never know the last time you're going to do this thing. I know, I'm not going to bike after 60. I feel like it's automatic if you're getting on a bike after 60, your chances of breaking your hip have increased by 175%. I don't have the statistics to go back on that one, but it feels like that. 1-2 count. Naylor hanging tough here. He's had a little bit of a tough postseason here at the plate so far. Lefty on lefty action here. Just gets the bat on the ball, sends it into the corner, and it's going to get down. That ball's going to rattle around out there in the under the fence. And Naylor, sometimes better to be good. He just kind of had the bat out there and just kind of just sort of. It was not a traditional swing. If you were kind of defensive, inside outy a little bit there. Also, just He hit it like you'd hit with the little birds, you got like it hit it like that, like a racket. Very interesting. Let's go, Josh. Hell yeah. By any means necessary. Get the bat on the ball, good things happen. It's part of why I like Naylor now, both now and in the future there. Ooh, umpire's going to start suddenly squeezing the top of the zone. 1-0. It's one I do like about Naylor so much, though, is he's not a guy you strike out easily. He's going to get the bat on the ball. This is what you need in this stadium is guys that can sometimes more guys who can put the ball in play. Give you chances on these innings. Oh, Mitch Garver's up. Oh, boy. All right. He flails at the first pitch. Ball. Ooh. Naylor steals the base. They weren't paying attention to him. They weren't paying attention. Pitcher got locked in, goes, that big boy's not running. I'm fine. And Naylor gets one hell of a jump to get to the third base side. Smart play on his part with one man down. Yeah, he completely is cheating down the line the whole way, and the pitcher never looks back at him. So big now, Garver, put this ball in play. Mitch has got a 2-1 count now, but that's so big because one out. Even if he progresses to third, it's going to be two with whatever Mitch does. So swing and a miss. Another flail stroke there by Garver. I blame Garver's mustache. He's trying to bring it too high and tight. He's dancing on the line you want to be dancing on with those mustaches when you give him too tight. He gets this one up in the air, though. This will do the trick. Flies it out to deep center field, and that will more than be enough as Naylor is able to trot his way home, and the Mariners are able to scratch out a run. Could factor in so big every single run here. But what a job by Naylor. First, recognizing the pitcher's not looking back at you, and then the wherewithal to take those extra steps to try to see if you can go snag that thing. Yeah, Naylor's got that dog in him, man. Extend him now. It's so cool to see Edgar and Dan just walking around here. And it's so nice. All right. Robles up. First pitch swinging. He'll foul that back. Yeah, thank you, Garver, there. That's how I always used to steal bases back in my Little League days. They'd never think I'd run. Another foul back, 0-2. So I just get the gigantic lead. Yeah. You're eventually, at one point or another, halfway to second anyway. You just let it rip. Still a close play. 0-2 here to Robles. Foul back. Staying alive. Another 100-mile-an-hour heater from Skubal. Playing small ball when it counts, man. They can win the back of something like that here in a game like this after it being such an issue at times with this team. Another flail swing there. Strike three. Robles goes down, but the Mariners are able to knock on the door here and get a run. Great job, Naylor. It could factor in hugely here. If Dipoto wants to bring the contract down to the bench right now, I think we just get this thing done. Williams says Naylor's such a slow and sneaky ninja. He could even steal home. He could. He's got that sneak move where it's like Guardians of the Galaxy, like, I can't be seen if I stand still. Like he gets a lead off of a bag and suddenly he disappears to the pitcher. I've seen it since he's arrived. He's stolen a few of these where it's literally not just stolen in the nature of what we call it, but he steals these bases. The pitcher's not even looking at him, just has decided, like, that guy's not going to run. Look at him. Just look at him. He's not running. Quality inning, Will. Quality inning. Fritz says 36 pitches in 2 innings. Not bad. Could be better. We're making him work a little bit here. I like that Robles a bat. Get a little more, get a couple pitches in there, get a few more. But not too bad. And Kirby's doing good on the other side with his pitch count right now. So that part's at least, that part is at least encouraging. Get my stupid thing up right here so you can see. You guys can see. Sardi says, hopefully Julio's soaking up the base running smarts from Naylor. I see what you did there. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. We tell you, so they're getting Skubal high in the pitch count early. He's playing small ball. We love to see it. I do. How many years have we lamented it here? And it's not that I'm a small ball, old school acolyte that's trying to be like one of those people like the game was played at its best in the 80s. Quite to the contrary. It's just that you are in this stadium that, does need you to grind runs out because it's hard to just live and die by the home run here. We saw that in game 1 of this series where you had 3 balls die at the warning track and deep into the warning track at that. You ain't getting any cheap homers in this stadium. You got to get your true swing on to get him out. Adam says, do you think the run game will be more effective than our pass game against the Jaguars? Yes. I think the big part here, Adam, that changes up that'll probably surprise people, and you're going to see probably effectiveness with both Charbonnet and Walker here, first pitch strike, slider, is what has stood out to me in watching the tape very closely over the last few weeks is really the insipid amount of stacked boxes that the Seahawks are facing and the data that really shows this. Ooh, another brutal pitch there. 96-mile-an-hour sinker right on the inside part of the plate there at the top of the zone. Strike 2 here to Parker Meadows. Come on, put him down. Bounces the knuckle curve up. And so I believe the Seattle Seahawks right now are facing more stacked boxes than anybody else in the NFL. The Jaguars are still going to take a little bit of probably a page from that book and continuing to try to lean into that. 1-2 pitch. Bouncing foul. Good job staying alive by Meadows. But I would probably estimate it, not estimate, I do know. It's not in the Jaguars' DNA necessarily to be stacking boxes. They're going to want to stay with more of their 4-man front, and that's their tendency. So I think that alone is going to give you more of those lighter box looks, give more of those times where Darnold comes up with 2 plays at the line of scrimmage and goes to the run check rather than the pass check because it looks good. It's not a 3-4 look he's getting now. It's not 2 linebackers sitting up on the line of scrimmage. Oh, come on. Said he didn't swing. 2-2. Somehow held it up there. All right, come on, George. Oof, good play by Naylor. Naylor made that look very easy there, but that is not at all. He's got a backhand stop, a hard hit ball down the line of scrimmage, on the baseline there. And that's coming at you hot, and you've got to pick up the bounce as it's coming to you in the right stance because you're not going to be in a position to get your body in front of the ball. He made that look very simple. 1 man out. Very smooth, my Josh. Swing and a miss right through the slider. Yeah, he hung you one there, Baez, and Baez knows it. He's taking off his helmet, shaking his head. Kirby kind of hung him one. He didn't put it over the middle of the plate. That's the thing that saved Kirby's ass on that is he hung it inside and almost in a place where it was a ball just about. But Baez about swung out of his shoes. A 1 count. I'm guessing this is not going to be another slider. Yeah, he comes back with a sinker. Saw that swing. You're like, yeah. Let's not do that one again. 0-2 count, fans up on their feet. Spurning on the young George Kirby. George with the wind. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 men down. Nice job. I think Raleigh thought that was the third out. Raleigh started walking off. I did too. Got him with a knuckle curve there. Nasty pitch. This one's hard to hold because you got to you hold it like you hold it like on the seams on the curve like you would to the side of the ball. But then you got to crumple your fingers up behind the ball and then get a lot of your control with it coming underneath the thumb. So you're not holding like a knuckleball like this where you just kind of would tuck it in. It's like partial knuckled. I could never figure out how. It's just like, I'm just going to throw the curve. 0-1. Base hit. Out in the right field. Carpenter. 2 hits to start this game. He's had Kirby's number. Two outs. Runner on first. Torres up at the plate. He'll foul that back. Gleiber struck out in the first. Love that name. Gleiber Torres. Couldn't get him to bite that slider. One. Comes back in another slider. Again, can't get him to bite. A little too far out of the zone. Curbs is going to have to get that in a little bit more closer to the plate if he's going to get him to swing at that. Especially when he swung and missed at the first one in the bat. There we go. I go a little higher there. I don't know if that was the intention. Two. Come on. Close him out, George. Outside. 3-2. He's being very careful with Gleiber. Really pushing that slider off wide off the plate, trying to make sure he keeps it out of that danger zone. I think he just doesn't want to get stuck middle in. Swing and a miss. 4-seam fastball painted the corner. That's the right place where they're attacking Torres. I'd stay on that outside. He's trying to look for stuff to the middle in. You can see it on his swing set up there with all of those pitches. He was not trying to get plate coverage out there or work it out to right field. Maybe adjust, but there's to Brandon. Sorry, the game was played in the best 60s and 70s. Haha. Probably if the Niners beat the Bucks, Mac would be leading MVP candidate. Save the season. Maybe. Tell you what. Brock Purdy's toes feeling worse and worse by the Niners standpoint and better by Brock's standpoint. I'm going to give you some more time. I'm ready going, coach. No, I mean, look, I can move it. I can look at the wiggle. Look at the wiggle, coach. Look at, yeah, I know but I think let's let it get to 100% maybe. No, it's like 99.789% right now. It's basically 100. Yeah, but it's not 100, Max got one freaking knee. Yeah, William, I don't like the interviews on managers in game. Just let him manage. A Hawkline Heritage. I see people acting like the Jags defense is the 85 Bears, and there's nothing you can do against them. Yeah, it ain't that good. It's definitely not that good. And I think our offense is going to be able to move the ball. I don't have any real worry about them both moving the ball, putting points up on the board, putting touchdowns up on the board. I think you're going to do that. Can you avoid the mistakes of that defense? That's the big part for me, Hawkline, because it is opportunistic in their nature. And so can you avoid that from Darnold's standpoint? Fumbles, can you avoid that on the road? That's going to be some kind of a vital point for me on this one. But it's more to me the worry on where is our defense at? With what the performance and what we saw from the last week, I worry a little bit about that. But I think it's going to be a close game, and we can get after this Jags defense. CD says Jags also have a bottom 10 defensive rush EPA versus a top 3 defensive drop back EPA. I would like to see us win the game with our run game. Lean to where they're going weak, to your point. I hammer that all the time here too, CD, when I say, just don't run uphill if you don't have to. If a defense gives you a light box, run in the light box. The defense is going to stack a bunch of defenders down. They're going to bring an 8th man into the box from the safety position. Well, hey, let's go take a shot. Let's go work our one-on-ones on the outside. Football can sometimes be as simple as that, in certain nature of things. So, yeah, they're not the most amazing of the amazing. We may not have Trayvon Walker too. He is still kind of up in the air if he's going to be able to play with his wrist and where that thing's at. But Armstead's not the same. We can get him. Crawford up the dish here now. Takes first pitch high. I'm starting to kind of squeeze the zone a little bit now to the top side here. Want to know. Outside ball, too. 2 really nice pitches by Skubal. Right on the edges of the zone. Strike. Sinker at the top. Skubal with 39 pitches here. Crawford hitting 308 in this postseason. Skubal with a wind. Crawford fouls it back left. Tanks is when Kirby's locked in, pitching is poetry. Dude can paint. Absolutely, he can. He's looking good today. And we need it. Bottom of the 3rd, Mariners up 1-0, 2-2 count. Crawford fights it back. Croft does a good job of this in this lineup. He's definitely a guy that can get some pitches, eating net in a bat. Swing and miss. Got him with the crushing heat there, 100 miles an hour on the corner. I mean, good luck. Lefty on lefty. That guy's delivering a 100-mile cheese at the edge. Ooh. Because that lefty's coming in and you're not used to it anyway with the lefty coming in, and your shoulder's just telling you everything's screaming at you to keep everything here. And that thing's out there winding and to the outside part of the plate. And it's coming in that hot. Like, that's 2 strike. That's a tough, even as you're trying to defensively bat. 1-1 here to Randy Arozarena on a changeup there, strike. Randy hitting 211 here, postseason play. Let's see if he can jack one here. Ooh, he got the pitch to do it right there, right down the middle. 1-2, fastball. Skubal gets you looking for other stuff. Definitely a guy with power stuff, but also a guy that stays ahead of hitters, it seems like at times, and what they're thinking they're going to get versus what they get. Randy fouls back a pitch here, stays 1-2. Shatters his bat into a million pieces on a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. Foul. That thing's... that thing was That came apart like fake wood. I mean, that thing just exploded. Randy looks mad too, like that was his favorite bat. He was like, oh. It's that old natural moment with Redford where he's been using that bat through the whole game and then he breaks it. The one that he hand built, hand carved. 1-2. Randy, swing and a miss. Strike 3. 6 strikeout of the game for Skubal. He's got it working on his side here too. Cal Raleigh steps up to the dish now. Low, change up, ball 1. When Skubal misses, man, he doesn't miss by about an inch or 2. Raleigh with a single in the first, hitting a blistering 471 here in postseason play. And he's just barely gotten under Skubal a couple times. He seems pretty locked in on Skubal's pitches. Like he's a little ahead of stuff, but he's not struggling to pick up that pitch coming off his hand. I mean, he is right on it with the timing. Put 2 of them up in the third deck foul in the first at bat. 1-1 pitch. High. Slider got away from Skubal there. High again. He's being a lot more careful with Raleigh than he is on the rest of the lineup. He's seen a couple of good swings from Rawls too. 3-1. Rawls just gets under that slider foul. Again, he feels pretty on it. You're getting some pretty tough Layla misses from some of the lineup here in this game so far. Raleigh feels pretty loaded in on what he's getting here from Skubal. 3-2 pitch. And Skubal steps off the hill for a second to take a breath. The wind, delivery, swing, and a miss. He dialed it up to 101. 101. Skubal just keeps finding another gear. And Raleigh gave it a mighty swing. Whew. Skubal dealing. It's not going to be an easy game here, boys and girls. Will says, Brandon, an interesting point was made the other day. What if the crowd noise at home is adversely affecting the defense and that's part of the struggles playing at home? I guess I would just say to that, Will, that it has been mentioned a little bit to me before here and there. I'm a little bit dissuaded from thinking that it's really the part of the puzzle here. And my reasoning for that being that the players have never mentioned that at all. And no one has mentioned that there's any issue whatsoever and that it's preventing them from getting in the right place. Yes, it's an issue as far as it's tough, something you got to deal with as far as an extra thing that's no fun to deal with, but it's not some thing you can't go over the top. I think the other thing too, I would think with this a little bit, Will, would be just that if your defense was running a wide variety of things and there was a lot of moving parts and a lot of adjustments that you were seeing being made, snap in and snap out, I'd also say that would have maybe something to it, maybe a little bit there. But the thing is that the defense being run so simplified in so many respects of things. You're not stacking boxes. You're not running simulated pressures. You're not blitzing. You're kind of just trotting your front four up there and saying, get after it. And then the backside stays on the backside. And then the big part of what you're doing on the backside is then you're showing them a coverage pre-snap that usually is going to be something else post-snap in order to hide it better. So it's a possibility, but I have a hard time being sold on it just because of those reasons as far as I need a little bit more to get the basis for that being something where there's something maybe to it. One of those things would need to kind of strike me on that. predicting the Jags defense sells out for turnovers more than Smothers plays for sure. They can be had. Indeed. Double moves, sluggos, stop and go routes. These are stick and nod route with your tight end on Arroyo. These would be the type of things I'd be running up against this defense to take advantage of some of that aggression in their secondary, to your point. Justin Ogden says that we are getting back our players from injury Sunday. Witherspoon will play. That's good to hear. Boy, did we need him back. Holy moly. Thank you for the update there, though. We were waiting on the late part of the week here with McDonald. I hadn't heard an update from him on that. George Kirby here. Started out the top of the fourth. He's got 34 pitches, ball one here on the first batter. So he's been able to work fairly efficiently here. 1-0. Bat on the ground. Kirby fields his position well. Knocks the ball down with his glove, picks it back up, and throws him out at first base. One man down. Please do, folks. If you can for me, hit the like button. There are Mariner fans out there looking for good Mariner content right now. You hit that like button, helps me show up on the old algo rhythm. All righty. Slider outside to Torkelson. Kirby giving some real extra sweep to that slider. 2-0. Let's go Mariners, Jared. Bouncing ball foul, sinker inside. Two and one. Digs this out into left. Randy's in the perfect spot. Looked like trouble off the bat. But Mariners have their placement in that outfield in the right spot. Randy was just sitting right where it's almost like he had planned it out beforehand. He was going to be in the right place for where that went. And he had to be with how much of a line drive that hit was. It wasn't a seed, but it got the good part of the bat on it. 2 men out. Kirby with the chance to potentially work through this inning fast. Here's the wind. Ball. Cole Keith up at the plate. Ball 2. Marcus Lawrence will play. There we go. There we go. It's looking up. All hands on deck this week. No shocker with Hall sitting. Those obliques tend to be 4 to 6 weekers. Got a gnarly sword swing from him there. 2-1. Kirby dialing up a little bit more of the sliders here. He comes back with the sinker. He did. Got him with the sinker on the inside part of the plate. Strike. He could sense he had Keith loaded up for the slider. I might come back for the same thing here with the sinker. Put it in the same spot. Looks like slider. And they hit him on the foot there. It was a knuckle curve. Got him running the toe. See, Woods, is it confirmed Spoon play? Last I heard, Wallen, Love, and Spooner doubtful, but I don't have Twitter. I'll check up on the break. We'll see what's up. Justin's, I think, feels pretty confident he saw something about it, so Sure, it's all right. 2 men out here, runner on first base. Mariners up 1-0, top of the fourth. Strike, slider outside part of the plate. Zach McKinstry up, hitting 176 here this postseason. Sinker misses just outside. Runner going. Ooh, beautiful throw by Cal. It's a bang banger. Even the runner looks like, did I get in? I really get it? Did I mean, Cal's going to challenge that. It took a perfect throw to get him. Holy crap, what a throw. What a grab there by Crawford to catch that too, where he caught that. Crawford's catching the ball into the slide. I mean, not where he's catching it and then putting it down on the slide, but literally catching it into the slide. It's an unbelievable throw and an unbelievable job by Crawford to not have the glove out here, but let the ball get in deep to him. So it's less coverage area that he's got to come to bring down the tag. He can just have the ball basically land here, and rather than catch it out here and bring it there, are they not going to challenge it? Replay says he got in? Okay. Well, they are challenging. Okay. Yeah, they're challenging. He's out. Let's go, defense. Let's go, defense. What a throw. What a throw and what a tag. Those second basemen always, with Crawford, they're just a subtlety. Those second basemen always reach out like this, and then it's got to be brought back. And if it's that on that play, he's safe. The only way you were going to get him was with a perfect throw and the glove to be right there at the spot of the point of basically making the catch, right there to make it happen. Wonderful play by both the Mariners there. And Cal Raleigh, who's the MVP? Who? What a throw. That thing was humming too. Put it with that much oomph, and then also to be able to put it in the absolute perfect place. He could not have thrown that more perfect. Technically speaking, Kirby kind of sold on him because the guy had a pretty good jump. And they're just feeling good so far here. I know the East Coast writers are going to give Judge the MVP, but I'd give it to Cal. There's one year you got to just try to look a little deeper than stat box watching. And he's got the stats, but it's like, this is the year. Not to mention the guy's hitting damn 400 in postseason so far. Yeah, what exactly, Lethal Lance? What is Aaron Judge doing on the equivalent of that defensively? Show me an Aaron Judge play where he's doing anything like, if he goes and runs down a ball, it's another ball another guy could have trotted to go get. Hopefully he gets it. He deserves it. Aaron Judge, what? Aaron Judge who? And boys, I love the Seahawks, but I'm going to tell you, I hate the New York effing Yankees. Red Sox die hard. I get it, man. I get it. You could see the smile on David Ortiz's face the other night when the Blue Jays were celebrating, and one of them had said, we beat the Yankees. And David was just sitting over there just beaming. Yeah. Yeah, you did. Julio's going to start things off here for the Mariners. Bottom in the fourth inning. Fouls it back. First pitch swing on a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Got a good pitch there. Just couldn't do anything with it. Skubal makes it tough to barrel him up. You might get wood on the ball. You just can't get the full barrel up on the ball. You're always a little under, a little over it. Squeeze there on the zone. 1-1. He is so good, though. 7 strikeouts. High, ball 2. Good job by Julio getting this count back over in his favor. Groove one up here, Scooby. Give us one of those. Come on, meet. Give me one of those 97-mile-an-hour right down the middle. He didn't give in. Slider. He said, I know you're Julio. I'm not doing that. Replay here on the Raleigh throw. That's as good as you will see from a catcher. It's as good as you will see. How about the body language from Cal? He was looking like Brett Favre after a throw there. He threw that thing and he's gesturing. Bounced up at the dish here, 3-2. Give the Mariners credit overall from a lineup standpoint here so far on Skubal. You are doing a good job with him of working him as much as you can here, considering you're not getting a lot of hits in this game necessarily. But you're definitely working some of these counts. Variety of 3-2s. Come on, Julio. Swing and a miss on the changeup. Julio thought he was going to get the cheese. You got the chips, no cheese. 1 man down. 60 pitches for Skubal. Hell of a laser beam by Cal there, Misfit. He's got the laser. First pitch swinging by Polanco, and he's on top of this ball. Will this drift foul? 2 home runs on Skubal in the first game, and he almost had one there. Just couldn't tuck it inside the foul pole. Yahtzee. Whew. Golly. 0-1. High ball. So close, man. He was looking for that pitch. He got what he was looking for. Just like Cal in the first inning with a couple of hits that he put up in the third deck. It just where Skubal's putting it with the movement and the late movement coming in on your hands. All you can to kind of get those hands in to get that thing just to try to tuck it inside the foul pole. 1-2 count here to Jorge. 1 man down. Mariners up 1-0 here, bottom of the fourth. Skubal with the wind. Batted back foul, staying alive on a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. Outside. Ball 2. There we go. Nice eye there by Jorge. Yeah, Smeagol. I think Polanco does see Smeagol pretty well. Fouls back that change. Nice defensive swing there by him. Hanging tough. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Another changeup. They saw the defensive swing on the last pitch. So let's come back with that again. Skubal just continues to be nails today. Another strikeout. Eugenio Suarez up at the dish now. 2 men down. Swing and a miss. Fastball a little bit high. Jake says getting his pitch count up. At the very least, that's what we can do with all these strikeouts is you're working them deep into the account. You know, you're getting at least 3, 4, 5 pitches in on every single guy at least. He is now up at 69 pitches, but you do now have Eugenio at an 0-2 count here. It's all right, Eugenio. Hang in here. Try to grind this out a little bit if you can, my man. Skubal just locked in here. Foul back. Oh, and 2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3 on 100-mile-an-hour heat. Skubal's bringing it today. Jeez. Mariners go down in order. Top of the 5th we turn. Let's take a little look here at the... let us take a look at the Mariner updated report here and see if we can get a little bit of an idea. Do-do-do-do-do. I am still getting that Witherspoon's doubtful to play. Reek's doubtful. Love's still doubtful. And you have Lawrence and Imanwari will play for sure. So we'll see on that. Gino is so bad. He throws away a lot of at-bats, man. He is a free swinger to the core. To the last fibers of his DNA. And Bomb, would y'all think Garrett Crochet or Skubal for AL Cy Young? Skubal did as good a job as anybody, I think. He's so good, Rick. He's working his pitches. He's staying ahead of these hitters. He's not letting them put good contact. The only real solid contact you're seeing is when they're launching a foul ball, three layers deep up in the third deck. He's pitching wonderfully for a game you need. And the Tigers couldn't hope for him kind of pitching better than he's throwing here today. That's why it's so big to go out there and scratch that run out like you were. Jonathan Adkins, I don't know. I think maybe he's on a European tour at this point, Adam. Doesn't seem like he's coming back this year if we're trying to take a bit of a temperature on this one. The Niners will have the cap space for Crosby. I was going through this last night a little bit, and shout out to Rob Stan getting this one right. As he was one of the people kind of pointing everybody on this one a little bit with the part of whether or not Crosby could be moved by the Raiders and what it would cost. And the Niners are sitting on cap space right now. They could go make that move. Now, it puts them in a predicament maybe down the line a little bit, but they could do it. It's not out of the completely out of left field. 1-0 count here to start out the top of the 5th inning for the Tigers. 2-0, sinker high. We got to get Tariq off the mound. We do get to get him off the mound. Inside, ball 3. Don't walk the opening batter here, George. Don't walk the opening batter. Come on, buddy. There we go. Strike. Mariners got the bullpen up and working. Let's not get hasty, Dan. Strike 2. There we go, Georgie. Let's not get hasty. $53 pitches here for George. Foul back. 3-2. It shouted remain. Let him go. Let the kid go, Dan. He's a bulldog. He's locked in. Let him go take this one. Let that bullpen have a minute. 3-2. Ball to Naylor, well fielded on his part. He flips it to George Kirby for out number 1. Naylor continues to be very smooth in the field in this game. Had to range out to his right and get back the throw, and he's a little bit of distance away from Kirby on the run. Good job, George. Get that first out. Dan's got to give him 5 and 6 if he's not in trouble. Dylan Dingler up at the plate here. 0 for 1 with the ground out in the second. Foul back. Wind high, ball 1. Ooh, right at the top of the zone there. I'm kind of a little tighter with the. It's both teams he's done this with. Both Mariners and Tigers have both had the zone kind of tighten up a little bit at the top side of things from where it began. 2-1. Two and 2. Deep breath. Come on. 3-1, sorry. Fouled. Left base side. Mrs. Max cannot go to the Niners, or we fire John and 30 other general managers. It's a crazy situation, too, because there's a lot where this could end up being to where what you give up for Max Crosby actually ends up superseding what the Packers had to give up for Micah Parsons. Strange as that might seem. 3-2. Kirby takes his time, goes into the wind, swing and a miss. Four-seam fastball, strike 3. Nice K, Kirby. Dan, let him go, man. Let him go. It's pitching lights out. Two men out. Bottom of the 5th inning. Meadows up to the plate here. Ball. Yeah, I'm getting a little nervous here too, Miss Finn. The hour's winding down. 1-0 count. Swing and a miss. Beautiful slider there. He kept that out of the strike zone because he's in the danger territory for lefties, but he sweep that thing off the plate. The guy can't hit it. 1-1. Strike. 1-2. Close this thing out. Fans on their feet. Come on, George. Everybody into it. Let's go. Feel the juice, kid. Feel the juice. Strike 3, 98 at the top of the zone. George gets out of it. Very well done. 2-hitter thrown through 5 innings for George in a make-or-break, must-have kind of game. How about that from the youngster? Jake says, take stress off of me seeing the comments before it happens on TV. Jake adds, if we get Crosby, we're the best defense in the league. The way our defense is going, I'd say, yeah, we are Crosby away. Maybe give Pete the fall with Mavier Hall. I'm on board with you guys on that. You know, I've said that I would not like to make almost any other move out there. The only one I'm going to look to make is maybe a move like this, where you can tell me how this will have an impact in a major way, bringing a guy like this in. See, as we play 2 good defenses coming up, if we win and our offense does decent, I think talking about a trade could be warranted. If not, then I'd argue that it's that it's not the year to do a big trade. Will says, I say let Kirby pitch a complete game if he's on today. I can't argue with that. 65 pitches. I mean, no need to take him out now if he's still going through this lineup, you know. Don't break it if it's working. Got a little wild in that inning a little bit, you know. Was the control as locked in here as he's getting into this one? Maybe a little bit sliding away a bit. You got the top lineup potentially coming back around. Dan's going to have some tough call within this, but I would be driven to say get him out, let him go back out at least for the 6th. And then you can structure the bullpen completely right, especially if you can maintain this lead down the stretch with it, where he comes out the 6th, 7th he come out with Spire, 8th he come out with Brash, 9th he come out with Munoz, and hopefully they should be able to wrap that up. And that's good as you can kind of ask for on that. As in, I maintain that I'm hesitant to make a blockbuster trade like that at the moment. Do we really think we are Max Crosby away from the Super Bowl? If the answer is no, then we shouldn't even consider it. Well, that's where I would say definitely you're on the right path with that in the consideration point. And I would say that if I bring a Max in, I don't know if I can so thoroughly say the no part of it. I think any other pass rusher you go out there and look to target, Bradley Chubb types, I don't think I could say that. But with Max, this is a guy that's a little bit more of this is that difference maker type guy. And the one part of this that would have me a little bit on board with making this trade to Addison is a little bit of the upcoming issue we're going to be facing this offseason about where are we going to get that dynamic edge? It's probably not coming from the draft. Maffei's probably moving on as a free agent. Still don't really know what you really have in Full and Hall. You have one more year of Uchenna, and DeMarcus Lawrence is going to be out there, it seems like, for probably like half the games when he plays. So if all that's kind of the case when you wind it all up into the bag, you're going to need something else. And that's where you can kind of two birds, one stone with this, where it could maybe make you into that contender. And then you could also have an answer there for a position that you're going to need to deal with here into the offseason. So we're 2 for 1. But with you and CD Woods in the same place in this Addison, I maintain too, if they just want to stand pat and not make the move this year for the reasons you guys are talking about, I'm not going to be squawking about it. I'm completely on board with understanding the conservative, patient approach here, and that's what we need to apply, or that's what the team chooses to apply. 1-0 count here to Josh Naylor. He's got the 1 run here for your Mariners in this game. Hits this ball hard out to center field, but on a line right at the center fielder for out number 1. Brian Ball, Brandon, if we get my predicted 12 wins this year and we go all in next year, who would you love to get? It's a good question. I mean, I think if a Crosby doesn't move this year, you get into next offseason for the Raiders' perspective of it. I think they've got to put big considerations beyond doing that because, like Coach Carroll said, there's a lot of work that needs to be done there. Mitch Garver up, first pitch swinging. He hits this one foul. There hasn't been somebody yet that's jumped out to me. You know, there's a lot of guys that more, you know, are locked in right now. I think it would be down to looking at finding difference-making edges, maybe a corner. Obviously, center guard. Mitch. Mitch, the flail man Garver. His swing is so gross looking. There's swings that are things of beauty like Ken Griffey Jr., and there are swings that look like they're an abomination of God. And Garver is firmly on the footing of that other side. But Ryan, I haven't really, had a ton of guys that have jumped out to me in my mind of who I'd look to target on that either. Bouncing in front of the plate here, 2-2. I probably need to do a little bit of homework to give you a good answer on that one. Crosby would certainly be there if he's not deadline moved. Hard to say, though, other than that. All right, nice job here by Garver. He's at least grinding this account through and making Skubal work. 3-2 count, one man down. Skubal up to 78 pitches here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Mariners trying to find a way to run him through this game, if just to get him to work through his pitches, and swing and a miss on the brutal change up there. 2 men down. Michael Myers says, as a lifelong Mariner fan, we deserve a win. 40 plus years of watching this team. Come on, baseball gods. Please, God. I'm with you, man, Michael. So many years. So many years. 2 men out. Victor Robles up to the plate. High. Sinker just about went to the backstop on that one. Thinking I'd be good with Kubiak. Gives up on Mill Road too. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Jeff says, let Kirby go out in the 6th, face Baez, and bring in Spire for Carpenter. I'm okay with that. I completely understand with it being back to the top lineup. I think you're most worried about this Tiger team from that standpoint right now. And that might be as much the driving force to have you go to the pen as anything else. 2-1 count for Victor Robles, the 8-hole hitter here in the lineup for the Mariners. Swing and a miss, 2-2. Another at bat here from a Mariner, though, where you're doing what you can to just try to extend every bat pitch by pitch with Skubal. Ball 3. From this standpoint of things, I think you're definitely putting the Tigers in a position where they can get one more inning from Skubal, and that's going to be it with his pitch count where it is, unless they really want to just try to lean in on it. Robles has got such a weird stance. And he hits this up into the air and right, and that will be gathered up by the right fielder for out number 3. So Mariners go down in order here again, but do still maintain the lead. Nagasa, free agency is terrible next year. It's not set up well right now. Is part of why I need to do a little bit more research on maybe guys that'll be maybe truly moved and instead of pure free agents. 1 second. Just want to throw a quick shout out again to the sponsor of the show, which of course is Sleeper. Sleeper right now has currently a couple of ongoing cool little deals set up here if you are interested, where you want to use my code NEST and they will match you up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. So $100 from me to you through the Sleeper app. And they've got a lot of great contests on this thing that you can pick through. You can get into daily fantasy, you can get into playoff fantasy, you can get into just individual overs and unders. That's what I love to do on the football side of it. I'm really, digging that ability to do that. I had in this game myself, of course, if you had taken my advice at the top of this, I had a picks to lay for you on this one that I felt good about. So I said, look, go with George Kirby over 5.5 strikeouts, go with Cal Raleigh for more than one hit, and go with Trevor Skubal for more than 8.5 strikeouts. I hit on all three of those folks. So while I didn't lay down a ton of money on that one, I was able to pull back 4 times my money on that, or a little over 4 times my money on that. You can win now today with Sleeper app by utilizing this code. In Washington State, I'm told it's open up, but others are telling me there is a little bit of still restrictions. But at the very least, you could use it in a casino if you're not able to use it as far as off the network in Washington. I was told in October it's supposed to start to open up, though. So we'll see if we'll get more feedback from you guys on that, if that is the case there. Dick to Brennan. Crosby has talent, no argument there, but I'm wondering if the Hawks can roll their cap space to 2026, get an edge or quality center free agency. Would John Snyder spend on a center? Well, they were in the market for Drew Dahlman, I think, this offseason, so there's certainly an intention to spend on a center, potentially addicted. As was mentioned a little bit by Nagasa here, I think that free agency is going to leave you kind of wanting right now as it sort of stands at the moment. And so you may have a bit of a predicament here, and there have been teams in recent years that I can think about, from Jacksonville Jaguars to the New England Patriots a couple times in 2 different seasons, where teams then have all this money they've rolled over, but there's not the free agents to really go and buy. This ball's blistered out into center field for a base hit. Julio's going to try to come up with this thing. And boy, a better throw by Julio might have gotten it in there, but that's going to be an opening double here. Tough way to start here with Baez out, the 9-hole hitter out there, thinking you can get away with it with George, but he put a great swing on it. And Dan's got to be thinking about it here. Julio just got that throw too far off. It's a long throw he's got to make there, so it's not an easy throw by any measure, but he really pulled Polanco far off the bag, away from the slide, so that Polanco just couldn't even get the tag on the guy. Dan's going to go ahead and make the switch here. So that's a little bit of why I'm more open to this Crosby thing than others, is I'm not completely sure. I want this kind of player, number one. I'm not as sure that this kind of player is going to be available into next offseason. And that we could be in that predicament of maybe having all that money, but not having the free agents to spend it on. But I think that John could certainly do it. Just one other thing to consider this with the Crosby, and why really the question with Crosby is not going to be at the cap space, because Crosby just signed a deal, but he signed a very unusual deal where every new deal that's always usually signed has a lot of bonus money structured within it. Even if it's just, we're going to re-up you on this year, you're going to get X amount of bonus money. But what the Raiders did instead with Crosby is, rather than give him bonus money, they just guaranteed his money. They bumped up where his cap hits were at, and then they guaranteed what it was going to be. So what you're really looking at here is that all of the bonus money is going to come off the cap for Crosby when you trade for him. And then, unlike every other deal that we've seen in recent history, like a Khalil Mack or a Micah Parsons, where there had to be a contract given after you trade for the player, you're not having to sign him to a new contract. You're actually going to be in a position with Crosby when you make a trade for him where it's going to actually be a very economical deal for you on the cap hit. So you could go and make a trade for Crosby right now and still go be very active on the free agent market, is what I'm saying. It's a valid concern a little bit on that one, but that's how good the position is with Crosby and how this thing kind of sets up, and why I'm kind of more on board with doing it. He just signed the contract here this offseason, so he can't come back, say, well, give me another deal now. Maybe you can make some modifications, extend some things out, but you're rolling with him for the next couple of years on his contract as it currently stands. Ryan, should we move Hall to middle linebacker? I feel like he would be much better there. I think he's an edge. I'm just not sure how good of necessarily an edge he is. That is the question for me. I miss Oots on the live stream. I'll give you a little Oots. I'll give you a little Oots love. Oots, 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 Oots. Let's go. Put zone in for Garber. The swings couldn't be worse, could they, William? I know it's lefty on lefty, but the swings could be worse. All right, Gabe Spire out on the hill here. Had a tough day here back in Detroit when he was brought in. Dropped a little bit of fuel on some fire. Let's see if he can put this one out here. Runner on second, nobody out. Mariners up 1-0. Carpenter, the one first hitter up at the plate here. High. Ball one. 2 for 2, Kerry Carpenter here in this one. He just completely unloads on this one, sending it to deep center field, and that ball will be gone. Two-run home run for the Detroit Tigers here, and they will take the lead in the top of the 6th. The Goss NFC's wide open. Niners first place, Bucks second, and we almost beat them both. This NFL is funky as hell. It's very, very funky. Patrick, I feel like it's a tough decision on what position to draft for our first-round pick. I would say edge or defensive back. Hard to say. I think, too, Patrick, the thing you got to consider with this is the team has been so ardently leaning into best value. And within the best value of the selection they make with that first pick, that very little of it at the end of the day is then going to be, geez, what a throw by Eugenio Suarez. Little trickler up the line, didn't look like he had a chance, and he was able to get enough mustard on that to be able to push it over there. 1 out here now. My gosh. Spire couldn't have given him a more tastier pitch to throw at. I mean, he didn't go low inside, but he left it right out over the plate in prime territory there for him to just completely destroy that pitch. Oh, Gabe. Pitching so good all year, and now you go down. Josh Naylor picks up the ball at first. He'll flip it over to Spire for out number 2. CD, I think we will need a quarterback next offseason. I agree, man. Mansour Delane. I like the LSU guy. He's got a cool name. He's got a cornerback name. Hawksnest, if we get Hawksnest, I say we get Crosby, and we may not be Super Bowl bound this year, but it's a hell of a way to show intention and build. It would be. And again, for me with it, he's kind of a 1-on-1 with me on this one where I would not be doing this move for any other real people out there that are going to be available in this market potentially. It really does kind of begin and end with him as a possibility here, in my opinion. And I definitely think that there's an argument to be made that he can help put you into that Super Bowl contention discussion of things, and his addition and what he adds. He's providing you something right now that I think is a limitation within this defense as it currently stands. Jake says, why are we warming up Castillo? Why are we going with reliever? You're going to tend to want to stay with the best parts of your bullpen in these high leverage situations like this. That's the thinking with it. If you're going to a Castillo guy, you're going to probably go to him if it's going later into the game and you've burned through your best bullpen arms. Yeah, Skubal looks good, Dirkzilla. Hopefully we can do something against him. Offense is going to need to grind out at least another run here. Peter, yeah, it's been a lot of years. Used to live in 550 General Mission. Seats in Kingdom. World Series would be amazing. It would be. Daquan Quack, thank you for the $5 donation, Daquan. I don't know with how well Darnold has looked, we should totally be buying, especially because the supposed top teams have been looking shaky. I don't know with how well Darnold has looked. We should totally be buying, especially with how supposed the top teams have been looking shaky. Yeah, I think that there's certainly, I'm not a hardliner on this where it's like, don't make any moves, don't do anything. I'm in general terms of don't make a move in it unless it's really going to change the temperature of the room. If you're just going to raise it by a degree or two, then I think that that's a little bit more of the rearranging of the deck chairs on the old, not Titanic because it's not sinking, but you're just kind of moving things around a little bit. It's all the same somewhat in the bottom line of what it will meet out to be. But it is a wide open NFC to your point, Duquan. I absolutely agree with you there. And if John wants to go be aggressive, he can go be aggressive, and you can understand why he would do it. He is sitting on this amount of cap space at this time of year that he has never before. And he certainly has plenty of draft capital to go out there and swing around if he wants. 2 men out here for the Detroit Tigers. And we're going to get another relief pitcher out here for the Mariners. Matt Brash will come out and take the hill. Spaces, I think Crosby wants to go to the Niners. Possibly. Strike here by Brash. Beal says, get healthy over the bye, trade for Crosby so the Niners can't, sign one or more cornerback depth and try to tell me we can't seriously contend for a Super Bowl. I wouldn't try to deny you on it, man. Not me. I can see the vision. 0-1 count here. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him on 3 pitches. Way to go, Brash. Juan Castillo calls in the chat. Thank you again, Duquan, for the dono, man. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, just the basic strategy, Jake, is I think most general managers in this place would be in this spot of it. You have starters. They're not as used to coming out of the bullpen. You're willing to call on them, but you'd ideally not like to do it because they can be a little bit like fish out of water. So in 95, we called Randy Johnson to come off as you're going into extra innings in the Yankee game. And everybody remembers that moment, but not everybody remembers the fact that Randy gave up a base hit and a run. Like, if not for Edgar Martinez and Griffey's heroics in that moment, we would have remembered that moment a little bit more differently. And part of Randy coming in is he's coming in out of the bullpen, trying to work in. These starting pitchers have their whole ritual thing that they do to get prepared. And I think that that's a little bit of what's driving this year with not going to him here. Hawk Lion says, people get emotional when I said we need to see McDonald's scheme around injuries to see if he is a great coach or not. Yeah, I got some pushback in my comment section on my last B&B video with Brendan, saying, well, it's just, and I think it's a very fair criticism here. It's not criticism. It's more of just here's a thing that I'm looking for as far as observation in order to make a determination. And I do think that Mike McDonald is going to be a great coach. I think that he's already shown some really good signs of doing that. But I think that, too, this is a team that has poured a significant amount of resources into their defense. And that's all well and good. But I don't know if what makes you a great defensive mind is that then you have a defense completely super stocked with talent to get that thing to the place where it needs to be. And I'm not saying this is where it's at, but I think just to try to piggyback on a little bit of what Hawkline's talking about here, it's a little bit of a wonder in our mind a little bit, if that's the requirement. And I think it's a fair consideration, especially with some of the simplicity that they're running out there so far this year, Hawkline. Daniel says, our pitchers who come in after the starters are so awful. We aren't playing championship baseball at all. Certainly not in the bullpen. We're not right now. Slarty, what did we say about taking Kirby out, laughing out? Same thing that happened the last 2 times. Yeah, it's just tough, man. Byers picked the worst moment to have back-to-back 2 of his worst outings of the year there. Just a horrible timing, buddy. You're hoping you get the lefty-lefty matchup there, David, and that he can have the advantage on that. It's ideally supposed to be an advantage, but within that as well, you can't groove a pitch into the center of the plate and not expect a professional hitter not to light you up. Fouled out here, foul ball by Crawford on the first pitch. Strike foul on the second pitch. Donnie, how you doing? Any freaks in this draft this year? I've been a little bit slow, Herbicide. I'm going to be kind of a little bit slow, I think, as well on doing the big deep dive into prospects and being too up and on that stuff. You know, there's kind of a general thing, I think, a little bit where Mariner fandom or Seahawks fandom isn't as all connected in with the draft stuff. The people that love it really love it, but there is more of a smaller section of Hawk fans that really geek into it in that way, which 0-2 here to Crawford. Strike three. Another flail swing there. Ooh-wee. Skubal's got our number today. So this letting Spire pitch was a horrific decision. Does anyone talk to Dan and point out Spire sucks? Well, he had done pretty well this year. He just definitely this playoffs lost the touch a little bit. Randy Arozarena up at the plate. Strike. Middle of the plate there. Actually, maybe try Miller at safety for a play or two. Couldn't be worse. High, ball one. Lethal says, I give up an entire draft class for Crosby. That's the part of the discussion that gets interesting for me is not the monetary side of this, Lethal. It's if you get on board with being willing to make it, how far are you willing to go? Swing and a miss. 1-2. What I mean by this is like I intimated earlier, I believe that the returns that will be required back for Crosby will supersede that of Micah Parsons. Outside ball two. The reason being that you trade for Micah Parsons or any edge in recent years like a Khalil Mack, you then have to give them the new contract. You're not going to do that with Crosby. The Raiders are going to be aware of the fact that you're not going to have to do that with Crosby. Randy stays alive on the 2-2 pitch. Skubal up to 93 pitches here on the game. So now the question becomes, what do you do if you are in favor of this trade, but 2-2 pitch here. Low, good eye by Randy. Draws this to 3-2. Get on base, man. Find a way as the number one hitter in this inning with the dangerous part of your order behind you. Get on base. By any means necessary. If you got to lean into a strike to get hit with the ball, you do so. You dangle your head over that plate. 3-2 pitch. Foul back. Boy, Randy able to catch up to 101 mile an hour fastball there. Not very easy. Three and two. Then he just gets under this pitch, pops it up into shortstop for out number 2 quickly here for the Mariners. So the question comes down with Crosby, you're going to have both the Raiders knowing that you need to give extra on us because you're not going to have to sign him. You can't give us that flat line excuse that you got to sign him to a $45 million a year per deal. So you got to give me extra now. And now you got competition. You have other teams out there that also want him, like let's say the Eagles. What if you have to go as far? I know everyone goes with 2 first-round picks, but what if it goes more? What if the cost is higher than 2 first-round picks? What if to seal the deal, you got to throw 3 to make it happen? Cal Raleigh up here with 2 outs. Swinging up at his eyes. Strike 1. Strike 2, foul back. With Lance, there isn't a DC in the league who could have a great defensive performance with Pritchett and Okada. Swing and miss, strike 3. Skubal jacked up. Mariner lineup's got nothing. 13 strikeouts for Skubal today. The Mariner lineup has completely wilted. He's great, but they've not challenged him today at all as far as just getting the bat on the freaking bloody ball. Lethal Lance, I I agree with you on the Pritchett and Okada starting. You're not going to see a great defensive performance with those two guys out there in the secondary. But I would also just offer to you on that, who's saying that? You know, who's saying that what the expectation is now, Pritchett and Okada come in there and you don't miss a step. And that's where it's like, well, let's be real with what we saw this last Sunday. That wasn't about a defense on the edge of playing great. That was a defense that was getting dog walked throughout this game by the opposition. And that's more of what I press to, is that I'm not expecting dominance. I'm not expecting you holding the 17 points, but I am expecting you as a defensive mastermind to not have to be reliant on your starters are all out there across the board, and we've super stocked up this defense to get you to the place where your defense is going to be able to be effective. I mean, that was the same thing Coach Carroll ran with for years, Lethal Lance, in the same way. So it's a little bit of like, the place that I've gone to is the word that I've used, Lethal Lance, to try to keep this into more of a realistic place, is functionality. If I'm going to my backup cornerback, if I'm going to my first backup safety, I do think it's not a big request to say I'd like to see some functionality from those positions. I don't want to see them just feel like they fall flat on their face and that they don't even belong in the league. And if that's the case, you need to be doing better as a coaching staff, identifying that those players aren't good enough to put out there on the football field in the first place. And this does come back again to coaching staff and, you know, their mentality on it a little bit. But I don't expect them to be great. Functional. And that was not functional last Sunday. Spaces, I'd never trade 2 first-round picks. Bro, sell the house for Crosby. He's that good. That seems a little high. I get it. The sticker shock on this one will blow some people away. But I'm telling you, 2 ones aren't going to get this thing done. The competition for these services will be hot. You're not going to have to put them on a new contract. It's a bit of a great equalizer in this situation. Yeah, Mariners are getting more free swinging as the game's going along, which is not a good sign. Daniel says, what would you be willing to trade Crosby? I think a first and a third. Boye seems fair. Yeah, that's not going to get the job done. I think it's going to be much more closer to 3 first-round picks than it's going to be closer to the first and a second and a Boye Mafe. Remembering, Daniel, with Boye Mafe, he's a free agent after the year. So you either have to get him onto a contract extension or you have to just let him walk, making him a mid-season trade. And that's where I think that the cost on this is going to be too significant on that side of it. Well, Mafe might get you a little bit. Maybe instead of it being 3 first-round picks, you can get 2 first-round picks, a second, and Boye or something. But I don't think he'll be worth a whole lot in the trade. Lethal says throwing over 100 on your 95th pitch is crazy. Yeah. Got to give him props, man. He pitched a hell of a game here today. And how he's throwing it up. Brash got a 1-2 count here in the top of the 7th. Daniel says, I'm good on 3 firsts for Max Crosby. Me too, man. Me too. 2-2 pitch here. Batted foul. Will says, just focus on having good quality at bats. It's almost time to take Skubal off the mound. Lethal, I think John should have signed better depth this offseason. Also, we should have had Shaq in the game last week as well. We would have had more functional defense. Potentially. I agree with you. I agree with you on all accounts there. A strike 3. But I also say that that's representation back to the coaching staff. Because I don't think that John's like forcing bad corners on Mike. Mike's also telling him, yeah, these guys can get it done. And then why not have Shaq starting this last week ahead, or active this last week ahead of Pritchett, knowing that you weren't going to have Witherspoon? Doesn't make quite a lot of sense there, unless maybe, Griffin's not been playing particularly well either on the practice field. 1 man down, strike 1 here to Zach McKinstry. Jack says we should get Hendrickson. He'll be cheaper. Maybe Mafe in a third. Thoughts? Shot out here in the left field. Randy Arozarena gets the catch. That will be out number 2. I'm not as big on a Hendrickson move. I don't know that he has the same impact of Crosby. It's a short-term option at that point, so it's really all the chips into this year on Hendrickson as it stands with that. He's also a guy that's a little bit better from my perspective, Jack, at putting his hand in the dirt versus standing up. I think we sometimes think about these edges that they can stand up, they can put their hand in the dirt. There's no problem going back and forth between either of them, but there's certain guys that work better off their moves and their leverage from going off the dirt, launching up that versus kind of standing up a bit. And with him, he's been doing more of hand in the dirt stuff with the Bengals through his time there versus when he's going to come to Seattle, it will be all standing up, all with his hand off the dirt. And that all of that I kind of put into my bag and go, I don't think I could do it at that point. 1-1 count here for Brash. 2 people out, top of the 7th inning. Megan says, you know how I feel about trading away first rounders. Now forget it. If it's what it takes to get Crosby, do it, Hawks Nest. I love it, Megan. Let's go. I would not do this for many players. I would not put this in consideration for many players. But timing, where the future is going to be at for availability of the type of players you could look to go out and find that are like this, there would be a draw here. There would be a draw. Lethal says 3 very late first rounders where you're not even getting first round graded players. Amen. How many drafts have we seen in recent years? And everyone, at least in the last 5 years, when you're picking in the 20s, I guarantee you as an NFL team, you are doing so more often than not, saying, we don't have a first round grade on this player that we're taking because you just don't love where that talent's exact. It's all kind of in more of a second round talent basis at that point. That's how I feel a little bit about it too as well, Lethal. 2-2 count, 2 men out. Tigers got their bullpen working outside, 3-2. Victor Brandon, why would anyone trade first round picks 3 for a tight end? Just can't see that as a team. Very happy with Barner. Huh? This ball hit out to center. Julio's on it. He makes the play easily, and that will be out number 3. We're talking about Crosby addicted, not tight ends. Adam Baum, thank you for the $5 donation, Adam. Very kind of you. Appreciate the live streams and content, B. My pleasure, man. My pleasure. Thank you for watching. All of you out there, you include, just really, really appreciate you guys checking out the stream today. I wasn't sure if we'd get as much on the turnout with the Mariner streams, but it's been really good, the viewership on that. So let's keep it dialed up. Yeah, this is besides the Gabe mistake. The pitching has been good so far. Yeah, Brash did a good job. He did a really good job. Why are we batting Suarez? He hasn't really produced. He's struggling. He seems a little out of sorts at the plate right now. And going to be due up to be up in this inning. Space says, don't get me wrong, I'd love to make a trade for him. I get it. I do get it, Space. And I understand there being some hesitancy there. I didn't arrive at this one myself, but kind of it took me a while to come around on this one, but I definitely landed there just for other factors. But I'm not a hardliner on it. You could tell me that it just doesn't make enough sense to do it, and I'd say, okay, I can be kind of brought to that side. Seahawks goo, this coach is as dumb as Pete Carroll in the Super Bowl. Jimmy says, man, we got to leave Kirby out there. I was hoping they would. I think that's double just scared the hell out of Dan. And as the gamer, Geno should be hitting better. He can be that guy. He just needs to stay calm. If he could just dial up a little bit of a measure of patience, it would go a long way with Suarez. It'd be just so huge an effect for him. He's so free swinging. He's so hungry on those swings. And look, he put 59 homers out this year, so average isn't great, but he gets his ding dongs, and give him props on that. Doc's in the house. What's up, Docs? Good to see you, man. What's up, B? Do you remember when Albert Breer said that we were trying to get Max Crosby in the Geno trade? At least we know John sees the vision with him. Yes, I think you're onto it here with this. We do know there was some interest on the Seahawks part of this, and I think what John is seeing, if I'm going to make a guess, because even beyond the Albert Breer report, there was somebody else that had mentioned maybe Seattle wasn't like super over the moon with their edge group, as the Micah Parsons stuff was heating up too, Docs. And so I think we have some very little tiny points of fire that sort of point around to the fact that right now John recognizes here this edge group isn't good enough to getting it done. And then what do we know about the edge group so far? You got 2 sacks from Uchenna on the season. Or, 3 and 2 or 5 games. You got 2 sacks from one guy who's basically part-time played. And so you definitely can understand that John thought the need was there prior to the year coming in. Has to have had that reinforced now. Outside ball 1 here to Julio. Bottom of the 7th inning. So I think that there's absolutely interest on the Seattle Seahawks part to go do this. And the fact that they have all the cap space in the world to do it, they've got the draft capital to do it. Cost could end up being the thing here. Another ball. Finally got into the Tigers bullpen, by the way, here. So 2-0. Finnegan on the hill. Julio up. He's glad to see Skubal out of the game. He had 2 strikeouts. 2-0 pitch. Julio off the end of the bat there. Deep center field. Out number 1. I certainly think, though, that this is something that just aligns up to what my outlook of it is, too. Absent what John has shown us as far as his interest goes here, it just makes so much sense. You need this edge. Mafe is going to be gone after this year. Derek Hall's got 1 more year under contract. Uchenna and DeMarcus are going to be probably on the last year of their deals next year. And so this is something that where you need to deal with it both in now and sort of for today to get an upgrade. And it's also a little bit about now starting to solidify the position for the future too. I know he's in the, as Space mentioned a little bit, he's in the 7th year, but he came into the league as a pretty young player and he's only 28 years old. I don't think there's any reason not to believe that he can't play at another high level here for still another 3 or 4 years and give you still that difference-making abilities that he brings to play. The other part about this with Max that I'm a big believer in, don't undersell the thought of 1-0 count here to Polanco. Strike. Nice pitch on the outside part of the plate. Don't undersell what it means to have a guy that spent his whole career on loser town. A guy that's out there, putting his heart on the line every week for a team that can't match his energy, effort, verve, and vigor. To what that does for a player now to go to an environment where that's turned around completely in 180 degrees in the other direction, where you're fighting for something, you're competing for something, you're winning games. 1-1 count. How many games are you going to have with the Raiders in these years of Crosby there, where they're down in games into the 3rd quarter by 2-3 touchdowns? The opposition's not really trying to throw the ball. They're just trying to run out the clock. He's getting less opportunities to go out there and be with the pass rusher he can be. That's another part of this. It's the kind of the untold part that can make this hard to recognize as another maybe bonus from within this deal is that you get another level to him in his game when you bring him onto a team that's actually legitimate. Polanco's done a good job here of getting to 3-1. It's good to see you, Docs. 3-1 here. Bottom of the 7th, 1 out. Mariners down 2-1 in this game. He might have swung a ball 4 there. Fouls it back, 3-2. Mariners have been a lot of 3-2 counts in this one. Just not able to kind of close them off. Yeah, no walks for Skubal. Low. There we go, Jorge. There we go, Jorge. All right, Eugenio. Okay, buddy. It's been a gnarly day for our guy Suarez. Both him and Julio are like very happy to see Skubal leave the game. Docs, thank you for becoming a Pro Bowl member. You're the man. Appreciate that. Welcome aboard. Do keep an eye on your community post. Thank you for that, brother. First pitch swinging by Eugenio. Shocker. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. Come on, Eugenio. Nice double down the line. Just nice little Yankee doodle dandy right down the line. Ooh, there we go. Nice high. 1-1. Kept off the splitter. Appreciate you for that, Docs. Keep an eye on your community posts. Get off those PFF scores on Monday. And through Thursday night streams, we're going to do a call-in show next Saturday. 1-1. No, he didn't go. He didn't go. No. No shenanigans, ump. 2-1. Level swing, yeah, Eugenio. Come on. Oh, that was a nasty splitter on the outside plate. Good job on his part to hold up there. He wasn't doing nothing with that pitch. 2-2. That was a naughty pitch. Eugenio hits this up in the sky to right. It's lifting up. Ugh, just dies at the track. Out number 2. F this Parks, says Duplex. I think in your home stadium alone, I think you've had about five or six balls in this series alone that have landed at the warning track for Mariner hitters. Might have been home runs in other parks. Josh Naylor up, takes the first pitch at the knees, strike. Britt says that one wouldn't have been out in a Little League park. No, I don't think so either. That's also where right field does get a little shorter in the stadium versus the rest of the confines and dimensions. 0-1. Foul back, 0-2. Yeah, you're right. The screen is frozen. Sorry about that. Thank you for letting me know there. That would be the example I'd use, Fritz, on reasons to bring in the fence. I'd be more towards left field and center than I would be towards right field as far as if we're looking to move in confines. 0-2 count here to Josh. It's off a tough pitch there. Stays alive. Tang says it's taking months off my life. It's a little hectic right now. Come on. Oh, 2. Naylor chewing on a big old wad of gum in his lip. Knocks it through the right side for a base hit. Polanco will hold up at second. Nice little base hit out into right field there by Naylor. Oh, man. So Dominic Canzone's going to come up. We'll see if the Tigers try to counter this by coming back with a lefty on Canzone. Certainly feel better about Canzone than Garver. Good job by Polanco to not let that ball hit him. Yeah, they're going to go make the change. You go to the lefty here. Lefty on lefty. Good news is the Canzone actually hasn't necessarily completely hitting lefties bad this year. Fritz says the manager took out Skubal early. He could have gone to 130 pitches and shut us out. Make him pay. Make him pay. Make him pay, Dom. Give me a little. I need a little bit of that Italian spicy. Need a little bit of that, the gobbledygoo. The gobbledygoo. Yeah, I think Calzone makes a lot of sense going here. Garver's not it. And let's just face facts here on this. When it comes down to it, this DH position, this lineup is kind of a bit of the hole in the lineup as it stands right now. So you don't have a real deep bench to call upon with real valuable hitters at this point to go to. Canzone gets you some pop at least. He can hit against lefties at least somewhat this year. I don't know what his average is, but I think he's not that. I think he's actually in a respectable place. Williams says, I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Let's go. Let's go. It's getting nervous. for a time of peace. If they're going to get beat by 2 runs, they don't deserve the ALCS. It's a good point. You got to go take it. He says, please, Lord Jesus, I only ask for one thing. Steven says, hey, Seattle needs a win. Let's face it. Yeah, we could use one, man. We really could. Do you remember? Jerry Tommy, same old Mariners. We're going to do it now. Now's our time. We're going to Goonies this shit. Now is our time. Hopefully. Don't try to do too much here, Dom. Keep your shoulder in. Level stroke. Holden comes out here for the Tigers. I think he's been good in the games that he's come out for him against our Mariners so far. 70 games this year, 6-5 record, 3.66 ERA. 64 strikeouts to 17 walks. He's going to put it over the plate. Mariners are going to counter with Rivas as a pinch hitter here. Okay. Tigers are going to come out here to have a discussion about this now. So Canzone pinch hits for Garver, who then gets pinch hit for Rivas after the change. Adam Rivas goes out for Canzone. Interesting. It does feel a little cute, D-Nugget. It's not a great answer here no matter what, so I feel for Dan on that. You'd love to have somebody you could bring off the bench to really challenge here, but... Oh, come on. All right. Strike, first pitch on Rivas. It was hitting 244 on the season. This is his first postseason at bat. Tough time to come into the game. Smashed. Down the line, that's going to be fair. That's going to get down for a base hit. Getting home is going to be Jorge Polanco, and this game is tied 2-2. That away, Rivas. That away. Let's go. Beautiful stroke out there. He just nice level swing, put out into left. And hey, chat's been killing Dan. I mean, I was a little like, it feels cute. Got to give Dan some props on pulling the lever on that one. You got Mariner fans crying literally in the stands after that hit. You don't think we want this? You don't think we want this? Two outs, 2 men on. Robles up at the dish. He's going to pound this over to the shortstop, and he will get the force at second base. But the Mariners have given us some signs of life. 2-2 tie, maintain. Woo! Let's go. Let's go. How timely was that? How about Dan pulling out that one? My goodness. Yeah, Fritz Robles has been a struggle too here. He's struggling in there as well. It's in 077 here in the playoffs so far. Damn, dude. Tigers are already back to the other side of the top side of their lineup. Both teams are going to get the top side of their lineup to roll through here. Mariners will have Crawford, Arozarena, and Cal. I can't watch this. It's going to get nervous here. It's going to get tight. Chase Space. I didn't expect Rivas to come off the bench and launch a beam for a base hit to tie it. Are you kidding me? What a moment for him. What a moment for that kid. I mean, no postseason at bats, 244 in the year. You're walking out there, your hands have got to be shaking. Your stomach's got to feel like it wants to throw up. Put a great swing on that ball. He got the first pitch strike on him, right? So he's behind the count. Puts a great, nice level stroke on the pitch. Jordan says, the Cal for the walk-off. It's time. Oh, that'd be so epic. That'd be so epic. Well, this is a championship team that doesn't quit when the tough gets going. That's true. Look at Naylor there, man. He was in an 0-2 count. Carved himself out a base hit. Just made it happen there. Kept things rolling. They did coaching decision makes up for the pulling the starters early. Yeah, we get the big sticks 1 through 5 one more time. That's right, Fritz. Both teams do, though. So you got to shut them down. You've gone through Brash, and you're probably bringing out Bizzardo here, I'm guessing. Maybe you trust Brash with one more inning and seeing if you can grind him through. He's pitched so well for you. Brash had only 19 pitches. Maybe you feel a little bit like you can go with a little bit more there on that. And they will with Brash. I like the decision here from Dan. No tomorrow. Just stay with it here. Tie game especially. 0-1. First pitch strike to Parker Meadows. 8-9-1 is the order here for the Tigers. Or you want to retire that inside this inning. 1-1. Brash comes set. Swing, foul, down the first base side, 1-2. Munoz ready in the bullpen. Tie game, 2-2, top of the 8th. Brash just crossed 20 pitches thrown here. Check swing. Foul. See, I think Castillo to me, once you get past Munoz, that's going to be where I'm going to Castillo time. 2-2 pitch. Bouncing ball to the shortstop, Crawford. He's up with it. Gathers and throws. Out, number 1 there. That would be when I think you start to see him if that goes through that. But ideally, from Dan's side of this, get Brash through this inning, then go to Munoz next inning, and hopefully you've got a run that you've been able to pull through between that time period on the offensive side of the ball. One out, top of the 8th. Slider misses just off the outside edge. 1-0. Ball 2. Come on, kid. Boy, just gets under, does Baez. Drives it very deep. One of the deeper parts of the park right there. Julio's able to gather it then for out number 2. He got close. He got real close with that swing. Way too close with that swing. My guy crushed that pitch. All right, back to the top of the lineup now here with Carpenter, the man that's done the damage for this Tiger team with a 2-run home run in his last at bat. And boy, he has been blistering hot today in general. 3 for 3 in this game. Let's see if Brash has got something a little bit extra here for him on this. Let him. I'd stay with Brash here. So then you potentially can extend out Munoz if you got to extend him out past. Looks like they're going to make the change, though. Dan didn't like that last swing by S. Okay. Whew. Da-da. Do we walk Crawford or not? I don't have a good answer on that one. I guess I'd like to see how he's done against Munoz. Yeah, sorry guys, I got the water went down the wrong went down the wrong pipe. You actually have to swallow the water. It's funny enough. You don't just drop it down the back of your throat and see which tunnel it goes down. You got to make it actually go into the stomach there. That helps. Okie dokie doggy. Munoz up now against Carpenter. Seattle Mariners look like they're going to pitch to him. Tigers, 2 runs, 4 hits. Mariners, 2 runs, 4 hits. This is a game that's played out just like you'd think an elimination game would play out. Both teams fighting, scratching, clawing. Munoz closed this down here with an inning and a third left of work to be done here from the bullpen to give this Mariner offense a chance. First pitch, low, bouncing it at the plate, ball 1. Munoz comes set. Foul. 1-1. What's up, Lou? Good to see you, bro. One pitch. Strike. Naughty little slider right there. That had some movement to it. Kid from, have you changed the delay for Seahawks games? I realize we were pretty synchronized now. Last season, I was 1 to 2 plays ahead of you. I haven't changed anything, no, on that. I've tried to mess with this for the Mariner thing here with this 1-2 pitch. Down the dirt. Ball 2. I've tried a couple of different things to try to do the delay thing, manipulate the browser to get it to delay off. It's just there's nothing in good that I can really put forward on it. So I have to just kind of go with however fast ESPN is basically updating. MLB on this was actually faster than even. That's in the dirt. Okay, well, he's being careful to him. Those that wanted him to walk him, he's definitely being very careful of the Carpenter here and not giving him anything here with the 2 strikes. 3-2 count. Torres on deck. Bouncing ball foul. Tigers have done a hell of a job in this series of staying alive in 2 strike counts. I think it's as much as anything, the thing that really stands out to me with what they've done in this series above all else at the plate is just staying alive. And whereas the Mariners will give you some flailing swings at times, those 2 strikes, they find a way to just kind of get themselves to a place that they can do something, or in this case, draw the walk. So Carpenter gets on here with 2 men down. Torres will come up here. 0 for 3 in this game. Oh, just realized this game is a bit delayed to your stream. I won't spoil anything. All right. I'll see if I'm live on the next commercial. If maybe sometimes it gets delayed, but it's all you're all at the the whims of basically the streaming service, and then where you're at located in the country where it's streaming from exactly as a beginning point. All right, Torres up here. Come on, Mooney. Inside, ball 1. Don't ride a bike at 71, Steven. Way to know. God, come on, Anthony. Come on. All right, Germany watching the MLB pass. Yeah, it's probably a little faster there than the stream I'm on. Oof. Oh, it's a dangerous pitch here. We're having a long, lengthy discussion here on the hill with Munoz. Torres has no doubt got the free swing ability here to let loose. Swing and a miss. Didn't give in with the slider. Nice pitch. Nice pitch, Munoz. 2-1. Does not want to give Torres a fastball right now. Now Torres is going to take a little extra time to catch his breath. Ball 3. He's playing with these guys a little too much. I know you don't want to give in and give him something to swing, but you don't want to get a guy in a scoring position on the back of 2 walks either, because you're trying to be too careful to the top of the lineup. That's just what he does. Still will not give in with a fastball. I just does not want to hand him one. I get that, but you're not throwing the slider enough for a strike here. You got to. I hate relief pitchers that don't throw strikes, dude. Drives me just nuts. We're having another conversation now. Okay. Eventually he's got to throw a strike. You can have all the conversations you want in the book, but you got to start, throw it over the actual effing plate here. Seeing high base hit scores you a run now. Oh my gosh, the amount of discussion and talking and walking around the hill by Munoz and then adjusting his earpiece and then another infield meeting and then have Dan then come back out and then the infield comes back and just make sure that you got come on, let's go. I don't like all this walking around by Munoz. This is not like I'm locked in aggression. I got it right now. This is, I can't feel my pitches. Can we take some time for me to kind of walk around and try to catch my breath? He's making me nervous. Inside ball. Hit up in the air. Hit up in the air to the third base side here. Suarez is underneath it, and he's got it. Out number 3. Oh, oh, let's go. Let's go. Oh, my heart. All right. Tie game, 2-2. We're going to the bottom of the 8th inning here. Mariners got the top of the lineup. Due on up. Oh, baby. Yeah, I agree, Ryan, with you, man. Singles and doubles, put good swings on the pitches here. You don't have to be hero ball here. We don't have to try to one swing this and win the game on it. And I worry with the top lineup on these guys if there's going to be a bit of a draw on that here. There you go. Let's stay in the pocket here, fellas. He says this might be worse for my heart than the damn Hawks. Amen. Andy says the Mariners are getting their chances. Time to get some hits and wins. You cannot ask more from the pitching staff and what they provided the offense today. And they said, look, you got Skubal on the hill. Get us a couple of runs here. We'll get you through the game into the 9th inning. They've given you the opportunity. Offensively wise, you've done enough to get Skubal out of this game by this point. So you're into the depths of the Tiger bullpen. And, now it's the time. Now it's go time. Here it is. Your season on the line. You fought everything for this moment. You got the top of your lineup up. You're set up as good as you can ask. High. Ball one here to Crawford. Vest in the game for the Tigers. The 4th pitcher out of the bullpen for them. Swing and a miss. 1-1. Crawford 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Love to get him on base as the first batter in this inning. Outside, ball 2. On the change. Mariners have Logan Gilbert working in the pen. That'll make a lot of people happy. It's not Castillo, but Gilbert up there working with Bizardo. 3-1 here to Crawford. You got to feel like he's probably taken all the way. I would. Ball 4. Oh! I don't know on that one. That was really the pitcher framing that. I know that the pitch tracker shows it being a strike, but that thing looked low. 3-2. Yeah. Fouls it out to left. It's a hell of a pitch from Best there on 3-1, man. He put that right on the line. Randy gets chopped in two with his bat, flies it out there to short center field. Out number one. Randy Arozarena steps up to the plate now. Randy having a struggle here in this postseason. 0 for 3 today. Hitting 190 so far with just a ribby. Mariners might have to order all new bats after this game. Like they've had 2 or 3 guys have their bats torn to shreds by the Tigers pitchers. Low, ball 1. Nice eye there, Randy. Get on base. Get on base with some of the speed you got here. Inside, good eye. Ball 2. Very nice eye. Good job. Make him throw you a strike. 3-0. That away. Don't give him something easy by swinging out the zone on 2-0. Strike. 3-1. We're taking all the way there. Oh, you might be taking all the way into 3-2 on this. Just trying to get some runners on, trying to get to runners on with the middle portion of your lineup up. Fouls that one back. 3-2 count. Hit him. It hit him. Let's go. It hit him on the wing. 4. There we go. Ball 4 anyway. Doesn't matter. It's a ball. Randy's going to get on base. There we go. By any means necessary. By any means necessary. Cal, big dumper, Raleigh stepping up to the plate. Runner on first. 1 man down. Again, Cal just put a good stroke. Ball 1. You're going to have the first baseman holding Arozarena there on first base. So the lefty and Raleigh can be able to punch this with that little bit of a hole you get between the second baseman and the first baseman. If he gets the opportunity, they're going to try to pitch him away to avoid that. And he's going to foul that back 1-1. He's going to check his bat here. Did they break another bat? Looks like they did. Mariner bats are just, that was the top of the bat got ripped there. One. Please do hit that like button if you get a chance, folks. Really would appreciate it. Cal 1 for 3 in this game. Hitting .421 right now in the postseason. MVP. 1-1. Swing and a miss. Tough slider there, down, low, inside. 1-2. Ooh. Yeah. We have a demon in the crowd. Whoever decided to go to that shot's wrong for that. 1 for 2. 1-2 here in a Cal. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him another slider there. He's Scott swung right over the top of it. Nice pitch by Vest. Tiger relievers have been tough. Nothing hanging, nothing really, meaty. Julio up at the plate now. First pitch, fouled off. Julio's missed some fastballs in the middle of that's more kind of middle in, but he's gotten some pitches to hit here today. 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. Come on, Julio. Strike. 0 and 2. Be nice, Brandon. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 3 Ks for Julio today. And Mariner batters in this game have just been completely overwhelmed by the Tiger pitching staff. That's the 15th strikeout from the Tiger pitching staff in a make or break a game. And I'll tell you what, a lot of these third strike swings have been horrendous. If this goes extras, then why not put in Castillo? They've got Gilbert warming up in the pen. So if I'm sure Munoz is going to come out, work the ninth, and then the theory goes if he gets into trouble, you bring into the pen a Gilbert or Bizzardo and then roll that way. You're hoping he gets at least through the ninth, and then you have to make that decision into more of the 10th inning, I think. If I had to guess is Dan's mindset on this, I think it's probably that. It's the thing with the line. You see comments on it. It's the thing with this lineup in Mariners is that through the years you've built up a lineup, and it's part of what drives me crazy about this stadium, and that it is that you build a lineup with guys that are just pure free swingers. And look, they get you the good side of it with the home runs on that, but then you get the other bad side of it, which is just some real miserable at bats where you can feel they'll just have 3 pitch swings and nothing, like we've seen some Suarez tonight. Just where they have those nights where they just look like they're just swinging at air, basically. And they don't have that ability to come back on getting contact. You saw like Josh Naylor is a guy cut from the completely opposite end of this cloth. And you had Naylor in this game a couple different times behind the 8 ball in the account, but rather than swinging from his feet or swinging at a bad pitch out of the zone, he finds a way to just put contact on the ball and get it into play. And it's as much of lamenting about this lineup right now as much of where Dipoto really needs to be more driving towards the future if he wants to build a lineup to a stadium, is that you got to find more ways to manufacture runs within the stadium. Ultimately, baseball now is all about the home run, walk, strikeout. That's the nature of the beast. It's like basketball with a 3-pointer. But you don't have to go to the extreme end of that and where baseball lands right now, where we kind of sit on that, where you don't need to be leaning into it like that's the only way to go here. And I'll tell you this with Julio. If he can start to learn to better control the strike zone, that's when he's going to fully realize the potential and full of what he can bring to the play. He's already realized a lot of that potential as it is, but that's where his game can go to that next level if he can start to, better command that zone. And it might come with time. I don't know if that it's inherently within his game that he can never not stop chasing. Anthony Munoz out here, ball 1. Okay, Anthony. Strikes, buddy. Strikes. Ball 2. Swing and a miss. Strike. Nice slider there by Munoz. Munoz is all over the place today. It's going to be the pure Munoz ride. Good news, other than that, even the hitters don't know where it's going. Foul back, 2-2. You're going to let him get through before somebody's on base. If somebody gets on base, you'll flop out, I'm sure, probably then, but maybe. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him to swing at one in the dirt. Raleigh up with it, throws him out at first base. One man down. There we go. That'll do. That'll do. Nice part with Munoz is even when he doesn't have his control 100%, his stuff's so nasty and has so much movement on it that he can still find some effectiveness. Colt Keith up at the plate now here for the Tigers. 0 for 3 in this game. Lined right to Crawford there, out number 2. Oh, you like to see that. 2 quickens. 2 quickens. Mariner fans, get up on their feet. Feel that energy, boys. Feel the spirit of a Pacific Northwest like a wind behind your sails. Feel it and use that energy. Munoz with a pitch inside, ball 1. 50 years of frustration. Born out and begging this team on to provide them that sight unseen. That long dreamed about goal, strike 1, 1-1, to get themselves to a World Series. Munoz comes set, 1-1 count. Strike, 97 top of the zone, can't catch up with it. 1-2. Crowd yelling outside, ball 2. Two outs, top of the 9th, 2-2 count. Trying to hold the line for the offense. Swing and a miss on a slider. Munoz nails coming out of a pen. An inning and a third, a shutdown ball. Both him and Brash. Spire, as tough as he was to give up those 2-run home run, the rest of the bullpen has come in and done their job to give this offense a chance. You can't ask for more than that. 9 innings, 2 runs. Offense, here we go. Here we go. Seattle's going to be rocking Jorge Polanco, Eugenio Suarez, and Josh Naylor as your 1-2-3 in this inning. If you can for me, folks, please, please, please hit that like button as it helps this channel out tremendously. Sub on up if you get a chance. We're on the road to 30,000 here. King Bomber in the house. What's up, King Bomber? Fritz, if we went down with Castillo, I'd be fine going out that way. Don't put in Vargas or someone go down with the Rock if it's going to happen. Looks like Gilbert right now, Fritz. That's who they've got in the pen that they showed before there that was working. I'm guessing he's here. Bizardo's coming out next inning. Lori's just so tired of the nail biters. I know, Lori. Everyone. Oh, God, let's get this game. Gene says Polanco with the walk-off. I'll take it, Gene. Fritz says, I'm so traumatized by this baseball team, I cannot even imagine a situation where this goes well. No, let's get it. Let's get this again. I need projection here from you folks in my chat. I need everybody visualizing. Visualize. Close your eyes. Visualize. Just see that runner in a Mariner uniform crossing home plate. That final run, bottom of the 9th inning. You look up in the vision and you can see bottom 9 on the scoreboard back out there in the stadium, and you see the runner crossing home dish and you see us jumping. Visualize it. Let's make this happen. Come on. Come on. That's right, Fritz. Please, God. Tigers are going to bring, it looks like, Vest back out for another inning of work. He shut down the Mariner bats well last inning. Who scored the second run for us? I forget. Polanco, I think. Jorge up at the dish. 0 for 2 with a walk in the seventh. Strike, 95, middle of the plate. Boy, laced it out into center field, but it just hung up in the air, man. Looked like he had a nice, good stroke on that to get that to drop down, but that thing just held up in there. Caught out in center field for out number 1. Here comes Eugenio. Hitting 111 in this series. 0 for 3 today. Some tough at-bats in this series for Suarez, too. Ball 1, good take. Strike. Took a mighty hack at that one, fouled it back. He was on that pitch, too. He just missed it. Just barely missed it. Fouls back, 1-2, staying alive. Ball, 2-2. Horrible swing by Eugenio. He K 3 times in one game. It's like, dude, at one point you walk up with a little bit of a different approach, don't you? Wind up going down too easily against these Tiger pitchers. Like, conversely, on the other side of it, they're making our pitchers work. It's like we're just flailing away on these third strikes. 2 outs. Hi, Josh Naylor takes a ball. Naylor 2 for 3 in this game. Fouled back. Logan Gilbert looking ready in the pen for the Mariners. Check swing. Nope, didn't go. 2-1. Base hit out into right field. Let's go. Josh Naylor, another line drive stroke. There you go. Third base hit of the game. Been your best Mariner hitter by far. Very well done by him. So here comes the unsung hero of this game in Rivas, who got that base hit at such a clutch time earlier in his last at bat. As Dan sort of doing a little bit of a chess match with the Tigers manager. First pinch hitting Canzone. Tigers manager brings out a lefty. Then you bring out the righty Rivas to face the lefty. And he got you a base hit. Let's see if Rivas has got another one in that at bat here, maybe, huh? He's got one more left in him on that one. Such a big time hit when he brought it. Two men out. Naylor on first. Tigers are going to stay with Vest out up on the hill. He has been very good through an inning and 2/3. Julio Rodriguez, 1-for-1. Strike. Throw over to first. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Got him with a slider, strike 3. Got him looking. Tough pitch. You figure he's going to bury 1-0-2 on you and try to get you a swing out of the zone, but you gave him a slider right at the bottom of the zone. Best, like the Tigers bullpen, has pitched very good, and Werner's hit. Since we got those runs in the last game about, into the 4th inning, Mariner lineup outside of Josh Naylor is just completely gone quiet. I mean, like, they're just not even able to kind of mount much of any kind of threat here. And boy, the strikeouts just feel like they loom so big in this game. 17 strikeouts for the Detroit Tigers in 9 innings on your Seattle Mariners today. It's hard to win the game if you're not putting the ball in play to that degree. Very hard to win baseball games when that's the case. No, that's the 18th strikeout. They're showing on the stat thing, right? 17. Let me refresh it. Another extra inning game. We're not quite to the top lineup yet. We're getting close. You'll have Robles and Crawford. I think the Tigers are also moving in that same direction here in the lineup where they're at. Brandon, maybe I'm cursed. Hey, maybe so. I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Logan Gilbert out. 1-1 count here. Bouncing ball. Foul. Yeah, guys, I had to brush my teeth. Sorry. Freaking coffee breath was driving me crazy. Too much coffee. I can't believe you guys can hear that. Shaving pubes. 1-2. Popped up into the air, center field. Ooh, that thing got to the track. I didn't think Dingler hit that hard. He got that thing to kind of carry a little bit. Out number 1. Shaving pumpkin. I'm getting to sort of see in the game 1 where the tension's actually kind of lowered because do we have any faith in getting a run soon? I mean, it's the tough part we get a run soon is it does feel like, 1 second. Wind by Gilbert here. Meadows, the 8-hole hitter up. Oh, foul. 1-1. No runner on second in the playoffs. That's right, Adam. They make you do the deal. One pitch here. Gilbert, wind and delivery. Foul back. 1-2. There we go. Earl, if the game's tied after 9 innings, they just keep going on forever until they score. So, yeah, we just keep going until they can punch in a run. Gilbert with the wind. 1-2. Swing and a miss on a nice splitter there on the outside part of the plate. Gilby's looking good here. 2 down. All right. Baez up at the plate now. 9-hitter here. Let's close this out. Get to the next inning. Get to the bottom of the inning. First pitch, swinging, pops it up into center field. Julio's got a line on it. And that'll be out number 3. Let's go. Let's go. Nice job by Logan Gilbert. Not a man known for coming out of the bullpen, but getting the job done. All right. Mariners are going to have Victor Robles, J.P. Crawford, and Arozarena up. They're collectively 0 for 9 in this game with 4 strikeouts. So you could either look at that and go, hey, this next inning is going to be a rough one. Or you could say, hey, we're about to have a bunch of guys come up that are due. Detroit's announcing looks like they're going to go to Melton. Detroit is. So you are definitely to the depths of their bullpen as well. Fritz says Gilbert's going to have to pitch 6+. I hope he's mentally prepared for that. I don't have a lot of faith right now. If you're talking about this Mariner team putting together hits to actually knock a guy in from second base, confidence is not high in that right now. It does feel like one where you're needing kind of one swing to go get this done as much as anything else. I hate saying it that way, but it does feel a little bit like that. Jason says, please put one in the seats. I do not want to see Carpenter get another bat. Amen. Brian East is 0 for 9. They're due. That's what I'm saying. Will says, visualize the Mariners popping champagne corks, moving on to the ALCS. Runner crossing home. Bottom of the 10th inning. You see that one up on that board. You can see that little one, number one up on that board. And you see the 3 to the other side of it. I'm saying to you folks, visualize it. Close your eyes. See the 3. See the 3. Be the 3. All right, Victor. He's looked weird tonight, too. He's doing this weird choppy step move towards the plate on the pitch. Victor steps in here. First pitch swing. That ball's going to go down the line. That's going to get into the corner. It's going to rattle around in the corner. Robles is going to get on his horse to second base where he will hold up there. Nobody out. Runner on second and JP up, who, if I'm not mistaken, JP's actually maybe one of the few guys on our team that can actually freaking bunt. Beautiful piece of hitting there, going the other way, getting the barrel of the bat on the ball, just letting the bat do the work and put a solid stroke on it. Great job, Victor. Hey, great job. Inside, Crawford does show bunt on the first pitch. He'll take ball 1. He's maybe the one guy in this lineup above anybody else that I have a little bit of some faith in his ability to bunt the ball here. It's not going to be easy necessarily, but they're going to let him swing away there on 2-0. And he takes on 1-0, 2-0 here. So shows bunt initially, but then he's going to drop out of that. Still swinging away here. HHG, that was awesome alliteration you did there. Thank you, HHG. I'd like to see just one bunt attempt on one strike here. If you get to 2-2, then okay, whatever. But at least just one. Let's try to maybe just get one down here. Swing and a miss. I mean, this is a game where you've struck out 17 times. You know what I mean? Like, there's a real possibility here, the way this is played out, that you just end up swinging and missing and don't move the runner over anything from second base. Come on, JP. He's been so clutch for your Mariners here over the past couple of years. 2-2 count. Runner on second. He gets his lead. Fouls it back. Staying alive. Tough pitch there. Base hit probably scores depending on how hard it's hit. Robles has got some good legs out there at center. At second, center. 2-2 pitch here to Crawford. Foul. Is it going to be in play? Third baseman's giving heavy chase. He cannot quite get there. Boy, the left fielder just kind of lollygagged that one a little bit. He sort of had decided that the third baseman was the one to go get it. JP stays alive, 2-2. All right, JP, you know they're going to try to work you on the outside part of the plate. They're trying to get you to, not be able to pull this back to the other side of the diamond and move him over. So you know where the pitch is going to be located, to the outside of the plate. That's where you can probably be looking here. It's always a bit of a guesswork on this one. They are setting to the outside. They missed. And he hit it up in the air. Well, that's way better than not bunting. Another broken bat. I know. What are the? I love. Dick says, "What are these bats made of balsa wood?" I mean, that's the 6th bat that's been sawed in half in this game for the Mariners. Randy Arozarena up, takes low, ball 1. I guess you're gonna have to do this the hard way. I cannot believe it. You got your best bunter in the lineup, and Dan doesn't call him to even try a bunt. Check swing, foul. I I don't get, David, why you don't just try at least. Just one strike, try it. Give me one strike of him trying the bunt laid down. Foul's back. All right, go back to swinging. Just one. 1-1 pitch. Robles gets his lead from first. Foul back. He got a pretty tasty pitch there to swing at. It wasn't in the middle of the plate. It was a little high and inside. I got to give Randy some credit. That was a little harder to deal with than that. Okay. 1-2 count. High, ball two. Nice eye. That away, Randy. That away, Randers. Two pitch. Fouls this one back. Gets a little bit underneath it. He said, my brother tells me I'm heartless, B, so I'm fine now. Yeah, my leg's tapping right now, Stoney. I got that restless leg thing going on too. Swing and a miss. Ooh, did he get a foul on that? Okay, got a little bit of the ball. Golly, dude, this game's going to go on forever. Swing and a miss, strike three. Man, the Mariner lineup can do one thing. It's get strikeouts, dude. They do get their share of whiffs. Holy lordy. $18 strikeouts against your Mariners today. And they're going to walk Raleigh, by the way. So Raleigh goes to first base. Julio's going to come up here now. The kid got it here. 3 strikeouts in this game from Julio. 0 for 4 in this one. Hitting 182 on the series. As good as you can ask for here. Come on, man. Swing and a miss. You're not on these swing and misses today, by the way, anywhere close. It's not like just missed that one. Bouncing ball to the shortstop. Easy play for him over to first base. Now we'll retire the side. So glad we don't bunt there. Just don't even try it. No, don't even try it. Don't even give it one try. Not one strike. Don't try it. It's impossible. Your best bunter in the lineup, if you got the best bunter in your lineup, like why try that? Why give that an effort, right? Why? Come on. I don't get it. If it's a guy that's your power hitter, you're asking Raleigh to bunt. I get it. That's Crawford, man. Have him lay down a bunt. What is the big stick Crawford's bringing to play right now that you're leaning back on? Like, well, we don't want to take the bat out of Crawford's hands. He's 0 for 3 this game. Why have him swing away? I still have nobody who's been able to provide me. Everybody tells me, well, this is just what they do now. It's just like, but I still go to go, why? Part of streaming the Mariner games is this turns into a 5-hour stream. La la la. Kind of like what we thought coming in that inning, though. It's like you're going to have to basically hit a home run to win this game. You do not have the Mariner hitters do not have any sort of mojo working right now. Unless it's Naylor coming up to the plate with somebody on, everybody else is pretty much just going to kind of go into a shell, it feels like a little bit. You need somebody to, I'm almost to the point where I'm like, just everybody swing from your heels, I guess. We're not putting 2 hits together. Yeah, no, you're right, Threllis. It's no guarantee a bunt's going to work to third, but I don't know how many times I've watched the Mariners over the past few years where they've decided in these big moments like this when they need a run not to bunt and that it doesn't work out the other way. That's the other thing, too, with this, though, is when they're going this other direction, they're going, no, modern analytics say swing away, swing away, swing away. Almost every single time I watch it, their batters are failing. You don't get the runner in from second base. It happened earlier in this series, Thrillhouse. It happened earlier in this series where you're in the very same kind of situation where it's like, just get the guy bunted over. Don't want to do that. Modern rules say don't, and you don't get the runner home. So it's like the other way's not working either to me. Especially when you have a lineup like this that is so thickly stocked with guys that are good for like 2 Ks a game every time. 0-1. Gilbert with the wind. Carpenter up at the plate. He's been a good hitter here today for the Tigers, 3 of 3. I don't know why not bunting. Silly, silly, silly. Silly scenario. New Black says, wasn't that game 1 when we also went into extra innings? Yeah, exactly. You could have the series already closed out right now if you just had a guy that was able to bunt. Base hit up the middle here for the Tigers. They're going to get their first base runner on. Top of the 11th inning, Tigers, Mariners locked up. 2-2, game deciding game. Yeah, Fritz, I don't think that any of the part of Dan's decision making not to bunt Crawford there had to do with his anticipation of Randy striking out. Foul, 0-1. Yeah, I agree, but it's also can change the scenario up of how the infield plays it with the runner on third, Fritz. The position of the infielders changes up by doing that. And again, this other side hasn't worked. So for the folks that are pro, don't bunt. The other side's also not working, though. So we just keep doing what's not working. At least bunting's trying something different. 2 games in this series, it's caused you by deciding to not even entertain the idea of doing that. Oh, 2 count here. Oh, no, we got a passed ball here. Runner at second. I'm going to laugh my ass off if they bunt here. Probably won't. He's got 2 strikes on him. But that would be the funniest thing. Hilarious. One out here, runner on second. Or nobody out, sorry. 1-2 count. It's it out to right field. What a good piece. Ooh, not enough depth. Interesting. Not enough depth, I guess, there. Looked like there was enough on that to right field to get the runner to advance from second, but he stayed squatted down. Threllis, he tried to bunt the first pitch. He took a ball. And I mean like Threllis, I'm saying like just take one pitch where you try to actually lay down the bunt. Not that you pull the bat back, but just it's the other thing I'm saying for. I'm trying to kind of like find the compromise for the folks that say, well, you can't bunt. Well, there's no guarantee. Well, okay, how about just give me 1 strike where he just attempts it? If he fouls it off, I'll let him swing the next 2 strikes. Just show me that you can't low down. Show me it doesn't work. Show me a situation where the bunt's laid down and the guy doesn't progress over to third base. You know, these theoretical things that I don't see actually playing out as even attempted sort of neutralize it being that it's not a possibility. They're going to intentionally walk here Riley Green to get to Torkelson. Torkelson's going to, he smacked that ball down the line very close to getting that fair. Spencer 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts in this game. First wild pitch allowed by Cal. First pass ball allowed by Cal this year on that runner getting a second. Double play ball here. Sure help out. Swing and a miss down in the dirt. 0-2. Cal bringing some nastiness there with that pitch. Ball. Brian says, where's the game on? I've got it through we got it set up like through a Hulu app or something right now. Fox 1 should be on, I think. Ball. 2-2. I can't believe our offense cannot get a run. Ball foul. 2-2. I'm gonna let you guys know this is not gonna be able to be a 15-hour stream today. So if we are gonna go into 17, 18 innings on this one, I got plans tonight. So we're not going till I'll do this till about 9-ish, and then that's about my line on this one. I can't get it won by that point, then. Two pitch is skied out into left field. Randy Arozarena is underneath it. Two-men down. Logan trying to work his way out of a jam here. A Carpenter day, 4 for 4, home run. Did my plans include BF6, Brandon? No. Just the tough part about streaming these Major League Baseball games is that they tend to go for like about 4.5, 5 hours a piece. It's like going out and golfing on a Sunday. It's a whole day experience you got to set aside. I'm also not sure how we're going to, like Fritz was saying above, I don't know how we're going to get a run at this point. Offense's bats are so cold in this game. Okay, we're going to get to the pitch. Here we go, Logan. Swing and a miss. 0-1. Yeah, I'm at 9 tonight. I ain't doing a 6-hour stream today. That's not happening. Strike. 0-2. Wu-Tang started to drive me nuts too. It's like, Jesus. I'm having PTS flashbacks to being in the stadium 2 years ago in the playoffs where the team couldn't score a run in 18 innings. 0-2 pitch. Outside, ball 1. Strike three. Gilbert gets it. Nice K by Gilbert. Great job by this Seattle Mariner bullpen of giving this offense a damn chance in this game. They have been, you could not ask for better. It is stunning on this one. I got plans tonight, guys. So I'll go for a while on this one. But again, I had thought if I gave myself 4 hours leeway for a Mariner game, I'd give them enough time to get it in. So sorry if I can't go all the way through with you guys on this, but I got plans, man. Baseball needs to figure out how to get their games underneath 5.5 hours. So the Baltimore Orioles, by the way, have the most strikeouts in a playoff game in Major League Baseball history with 23 strikeouts. Right now, the Mariners have 18. It's just everything has to be hard in Seattle for our teams, doesn't it? Yeah, it doesn't ever seem like there is, even when you're a really good team, that you're able to just like comfortably win anything ever. It's all like just, and look, to the other side of it, you're very competitive of it. You fight your ass off. You're inch for inch with the other team. You know, you're sitting there scraping and clawing with them on this one. But it just, everything feels always, it's like these are Mariners on the one step forward, one step back thing, you know, where you just can't quite click in that, like, come on. Jorge Polanco up at the plate. Swing and a miss, strike. Another completely. Mariners can't decide if they want to swing half of their swings or not here today. They kind of get halfway in the swing. No, yes. Yeah, maybe. Strike two. Ball. Low, bounced in the dirt. 1-2. Hit out into center field where it will be playable, catchable. Out number one. Hey, Eugenio Suarez up to the plate, 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Swing and a miss. Strike one. Ball, 1-1. Outside. Ball 2. Whoa. Ball 3. Good eye by. All right. Ball 2, I guess. Oh, that's ball 3. Popped up. That'll be a pop out. 1 second here. All right. 2 easy outs here in the inning for the Tigers. That's where you really like Major League Baseball to maybe like try to put these games a little earlier in the day. Ugh. Outside ball 1. Ball 2. Slider outside. Yeah, I just keep running Logan Gilbert out there at this point. You might need him for 6 innings. I mean, at this point, like, I think that was a question if you get a run in the next 5 innings. You need him to run as long as you can here. The offense just isn't close right now. It sucks to say it, but you're nowhere close here. Check swing, foul. I'm hearing fireworks outside. Yeah, offense is very disappointing today. Shades of, again, 2 years ago where your offense walked up there and I was in that stadium for those 18 innings and you just watched miserable at bat after miserable at bat where you're just like, dude, you're not even like challenging this pitcher. You're just getting blown off of the face of the earth in every single at bat. Naylor's not been one of those guys for us. He's showing you what is the other side of it. Working counts. I can operate from 2 strikes and I'm not going to completely feel like I turn into an infant. And it's a hard brand of baseball to watch, man. It's hard to find the confidence on this to feel like you can take even this game that's tight like this down the way. Because how? I mean, it has to be a home run or nothing. It's tough to do that. But the approach today was not a good approach to the Mariner batting lineup. You don't get to 20 strikes on a baseball game and you came with a solid approach. Skubal's nails. He's tough as hell to deal with, but as well, you didn't make it tough on him either on that outside of just trying to kind of take some pitches or have a plan of attack with 2 strikes. 2-2 pitch here to Naylor. 2 men out. Low, ball 3. Ground out, second base, throw it out at first. 3 up, 3 down. Oh, Lordy. All right, we're going to get close to putting a wrap on this one here, folks. I think this is going to go for about another 2 hours at this rate, unless the Tigers get a run. I got a stream. I got it set up at 11 tomorrow. We got the Seahawks game on Sunday. I can't blow my voice out here for tonight on this. It's lame-o. Okay, guys. Season. You guys are all caught up on the day thing. I got some plans, man, set up. Can't set aside 5 hours on every stream, you know? Well, you feel on Major League Baseball, they try to get these games down to a place where it's like trying to get fans back into it. It's going to be a tough sell when it's like you got to go 4 hours deep on these games. Gilbert out on the whole hill here. One zero. Strike. Gilbert pitching wonderfully in this game. Strike 2. So we're going to get an infield single here. Base hit. We need a runner on. All right. Well, we got the powwow here at the lineup. I think we're going to start to put a button on this one, you guys. Really sorry I can't go through the full allotment of this game. I've given it 12 innings here through to try to. I think if I do the Mariners streams in the future, I'm going to have to give myself like a 6-hour window and not have anything planned for basically a 6-hour period to make sure that we can get the whole game in. But I'm sorry about this. Got plans I put in place. I figured a 5 o'clock game would be done by the time we got to 9 o'clock, but this doesn't look like this is getting done anytime. This might be a 10:30 situation at this point, minimum. So we are going to kind of put a little bit of a button on this one here soon. Hard if we lose the game. It is. Especially tough, too, when you come back to 2 years ago in the playoffs. You lost the playoffs as much as anything because offense couldn't come through. And again, here, you're kind of finding that the offense ain't coming through. And it's like, they did steps to improve it. It's a better offense than it's been. But just not able to do enough in this game right now. Space, thank you for the $10 donation, Space. I really appreciate you there. And thank you for hanging with me through the whole stream. Very kind of you on the $10 dono. Says, thanks for the stream, Brandon. My pleasure, brother. My pleasure. Appreciate you hanging with us. Base hit out into left field. What keys do you think it'll end at the end of the 12th, or do you have to go right around now? Yeah, I gotta leave it around. I got 9 o'clock. Foreman, I got on point. So, and Dan's gonna go ahead and make this move anyway. So it's probably good a time as any on this one. We're gonna go ahead and wrap it up on that note, folks. And again, sorry I can't go through on the super uber duper late stream on this. There's no such thing in the world of the Hawks Nest of getting just a 3-hour in and out stream, is there? It's every time we go live, it's going to be 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we gave it a try. Mariners, nice effort out here today. That's not over with right now. Runners on first and second. You still have this thing with a chance. You're going to bring in a relief pitcher at this point. Gilbert did what he could. Just the offense didn't come through. And I'm not trying to sound too negative, Thrill House. It's just a bit frustrating when it's something that's just continually a problem your team's facing. We've had a brilliant pitching staff for a couple of years here, and it's just kind of always comes down to our top end being limited by the fact that we just can't offensively scratch anything together, even a bare minimum anything together. I mean, 2 runs through 12 innings at home. It's 2 years ago, 18 innings without one single run at home. 18 innings. So it's not the first time on this, but there's a chance maybe that you're able to pull this one out. Thank the sponsor of the show here, Sleeper. Thank you for sponsoring this one throughout the year here. You can lock in Sleeper today. Use my code, NEST, and they'll match you up to $100 of your first deposit, up to $100, as well as they've got a free $20 entry going on right now. No deposit required. So please take advantage of that. Thank you to Sleeper for sponsoring. Please see their terms and conditions on their website. Oh, no problem, Threllis. I feel you, man. I get it. I just want to make sure I wasn't getting too on the negative side of it either. I'm not in super. It's just frustrating. It's not like apocalyptic or anything. It's just like, ugh. See you Sunday, Justin. See you Sunday for sure, man. Gray says, this is why we're football town. Mariners are always pathetic, even when they have good seasons. Never been to a World Series, man, and I don't know what happens to Mariner ball clubs. I mean, 95, you were able to get out by the Yankees, but again, that took all of those games just in the first series there, and then, you get back into the next series and you're done. 2001, you got 100 and set a record for regular season wins, and still yet you get into the playoffs and just you run out of kind of gas, and it's inexplicable. There's probably different reasons in different seasons for the stuff that's happened when you have gotten to the playoffs, because you have gone so few, and that's the other part that's frustrating, is just you're so few there as well. In addition to it, it's you just go, man, can we crack through? And you got to give the ownership credit that they did make some moves down the line with Naylor and Suarez to try to get yourself some help offensively speaking. You thought that with Robles coming back and what you've already done with Arozarena, that would maybe set the stage for you there, but unfortunately, the bottom line is just maybe not enough. 0-1 count, a bunt attempt here. Now they're trying to bunt. Yeah, they are. Parker Metters 0 for 4 in this game. Appreciate you, Megan. Oh, wow. Look, a bunt. It works. If we lose on this, if we're going to lose on small ball, I'm going to laugh my ass off. Like the thing that I've been hammering about this team and two of the games in this series that flat out cost you in this series because you had no ability to play any small ball, you might lose on the game on small ball. And it does go to show you there where everybody's telling me you can't bunt this day and age. Nobody can bunt. Nobody knows how to bunt. I mean, even if they bunt, there's no guarantee. Well, they can't really just work there. First pitch swing and foul back. I know it's out of the game, and it really is in so many ways, and it's these guys don't practice it and all that. I do get that. It's not to be undersold, but ball bouncing at home plate. They get the runner at home. Let's go. Suarez in, gets the bouncing hopper, is able to get the runner out at first at home, 2 men out. Wow. Man, broken bats today. I have never seen this many broken bats in one baseball game. Were these guys like filing down the edges right before the game to get it as light as possible? The old Edgar move, you're sanding it just every little inch, every little gram. Oh, whoa, whoa. Intentional walk. Yeah, no surprise you're going to walk Carpenter there. Guy's 4 for 4 versus Torres, who's 0 for 4. Tough matchup anyway, but like this one a little bit more. Strike. Nice pitch on the slider there by Bizzardo. It's not for the weak of heart, this game. Bases juiced, 2 outs, a 1 pitch. Oh, it's a good pitch. One. Foul back. 1-2. Ran at 2 a.m. Guys, I really got to go. Exactly. Fly out. Right field, it's up in the air. He's underneath it is Robles, and they get out number 3. So the bullpen of the Mariners continues to hold up, continues to give them a chance. And the Seattle Mariners will come back here at the top of the inning with an opportunity. Hell of a job by the bullpen there. Props to them, man. Mariners have Rivas, Robles, and Crawford due up. So stage is not exactly set, but at least we got through that one. That was tough, man. What's up, Paulie? At least you got 70-degree weather to go to, Brando. That's true. I never forget that part. I was out today doing some basketball. It was a lot of fun. Lots of fun. The Mariner pitchers, man, 12 innings of work and only 2 runs given up. Tough part with Rivas now is Garver, Canzone out. You might just have to roll with Rivas and call it a day here. That's the unfortunate part on this one, is you may not be able to have something to call upon there on that. Liz Taylor? After 12 innings, only a Dominican's allowed to bat. Jordan, bro, after getting out of an inning like that, you've got to win the game here. You'd hope it'd shoot them give them a little shot in the arm here, right? Like, let's wake up. Come on. Me, thank you for the $20 $50 donation. Me, you are awesome. Thank you for that. Very, very, very kind of you. You dropped so many of those big time donations here. I really thank you for that. Says, come on, Ems. How about some Soto Mojo? By the way, my feet are sweating. Hey, my palms are sweating, okay? The bottom of your feet, my palms. Little subtle moisture to the back of the neck here. I'm feeling it. Strike on Rivas. 0-1. Ready for the $50 don't know. Fuse to lose. Soto Mojo. All of our spirits, all of our power, all of our history brought to bear here now. Swing and a miss. 0-2. It doesn't work. Imagine this game goes 18 innings. It's on pace to do that. It was on freaking pace. 0-2 count. Ooh, how was a Rivas got a little Benny there. That was a little Benny for him on that one. That one's a little that ate a lot of the plate there. Ball though, 1-2. Foul back. Go, but leave the stream up with Pumpkin. Go on, Mariners. This is top of my head sweating. I'm just washing my hair. Yeah. It's one of those games. Outside, ball 2. Two pitch. Rivas hanging tough. Ball 3. Nice job, buddy, here. He's making him work. Robles looming on deck. Rivas. Set. High. Whoa, what an eye. That was a couple borderliners on that at bat, and he was just saying, hey, I'm going to do this. Is what I'm talking about. Just find a way to carve yourself out a walk. Find a way. Fight some tough pitches off. Grind the bat out. That's huge. Opening runner of the inning up on first. Victor Robles up, having hammered a double down the line of scrimmage last time. Ball's it's thrown away. He's going to get to second base. Pickoff attempt on an errant wild throw will get Rivas over to second base now with nobody out. I'm not even going to mention, I'm not even mentioning Bunny. No bunt mentions now. Nope. I know Victor can't do it. Let's just go get the base hit. boy, just a poor throw there to first by the reliever. He's going to bunt. Oh. Why did he go back to second? Rivas has got to go to third on that. Why is he going back to second on that? Base running error there by Rivas. You got to go to third base on that. Once the ball's on the ground, that you stop because you thought he got hit by the ball. Oh. Yeah, he probably broke some fingers on that one. Oh, ow. Oh. 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 Oh, no. No more replays of that. I don't need to see that again. So I guess they're going to give him the benefit of the doubt here and say that he pulled the bat back and say that he was hit by the pitch rather than he was swinging. It's a tough call for the umpire there, because he's kind of looking like he's going for the bunt. Did it hit the bat? It looked like it. It looked like it didn't hit the bat. It looked like it hit the hand wholly there. Man, he's in some pain. That thing's got to be hurting. And you feel for the kid too, because missed all this year. Oh man, I broke my hand there once. I know what he's rubbing. That's your hand right here on this side is just so. It is so very sensitive. God, you feel bad for the kid. Out all year with that, and then he's been through it this year. Tries to lay the bunt down. You give him props for just trying to at least do it. The ball just rides right. The pitcher just threw it right at his chest, basically. Hit him on the hand. 2 runners on, hits him on the hand, nobody out. Crawford was just in this position. I think the last at bat he was up there with 2 guys on and nobody out. Let's see what he decides to do. Ooh. No more of the replays, please. The guy that's broke my hand, it's like just, my hand's like going, ow. Crawford up. Going to try to lay down the bunt. Make them, the thing with the bunt too is that with these pitchers, when they see you bunt up like that, they're going to throw a ball a lot of times. So when you do going to lay down the bunt, make them throw a strike with it. Don't just lay it down just on any pitch. Make sure you're getting the right pitch to lay it down on. Outside. Ball 2. See, that's what I'm talking about. He's seeing him lay that bunt, and you can go get yourself 2 free balls on account just on the back of this very type of thing. Outside, ball 3. You get too cute as a pitcher, start trying to get too far, get him chasing with the bat. Now you're in a 3-0 count. All right, he's going to give you a pitch here now, JP. Come on. Oh, that's ball 4, Blue. Right now you're going to choose to be on the back end of a call. Oh, yikes. All right. Well, fouled off there. So 3-2 now. He's going to have to just swing away. God, he got the one there. That was a weak-ass attempt. Isn't JP? Three and two. JP will fly this one out to left field. I don't think that that's going to be a deep enough to move the runner over. We're going to have to get this by the hard way. Okay. Randy Arozarena up at the plate here. 0 for 4. Hitting 182. A lot of 100 batting averages in this Mariner lineup right now. First pitch swinging foul. Bouncing ball back to the pitcher, double play ball. Well, that's that. 12 innings in the book. Mariners just cannot. They Oh, boy. It's so frustrating to watch. Like, it just. I gotta go. 1 second. All right, folks. We're going to call it on that note. Thank you for tuning in today. Sorry we couldn't finish up on this one, but let's see if our Mariners get this after this one finishes up. Maybe they can get in the next inning or two on that. Thank you guys for watching. If you can, hit the like button. Sorry we didn't get the dub. But, we'll see if we'll get the dub, I guess I should say. So if on to the 13th inning, we'll see where they go. So thank you for watching, guys. Sorry we can't go more further. Please hit the like button. But until next time, don't you forget, go Hawks.